Mr. Dressage.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Please come to order. Court is now in session.
Okay, good morning. Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, is Detective Mogg here?
He's outside.
All right, I'll start so we can bring the witness back in and Mr. Draskovich can begin his cross-examination. Yeah. Oh, that is. Okay. That one still works? Okay.
Mr. Mogg, we're gonna re-swear you in, okay? You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Clifford, C-L-I-F-F-O-R-D, Mogg, M-O-G-G.
Thank you. Good morning, Detective Mogg.
Morning, Mr. Draskovich.
And we'll stop right there. It's obviously not a detective. I know old habits die hard. You've since retired, and now you're a private investigator.
I'm not a private investigator. I'm a
Private
consultant.
consultant.
Correct.
Fair. All right. Turning your attention to your testimony at the end of yesterday, the locations of interest, and this was your slide that I'm referring to. I believe it's slide 7. You were primarily focused on this 5.3-mile trip, give or take, between Mr. Garman's residence and the residence belonging to Mr. Tellis, correct?
That's an approximation.
Okay. How many neighborhoods or designated neighborhoods are within, just along this route, this 5.3-mile distance?
Numerous.
Fair to say hundreds.
I wouldn't know if it was hundreds, but there's numerous.
You had given testimony towards the end of the day yesterday that you had driven through Mr. Tellis's neighborhood, correct?
I did.
Looking for another Denali?
Examining the area, looking for vehicles, correct.
And what other vehicles would you be looking for other than a red Denali?
We were advised that Mr. Tejas also had 2 other vehicles. I believe one is a BMW, the other one was a Tesla. And so we drove the area. I believe at the time that I drove through, I can't recall if both the BMW, the Tesla, and the Tahoe were at his residence or not, but those were the vehicles we knew that he had access to.
Okay, and in reference to this 5.3-mile route, which you had reviewed approximately 20 cameras on, did you review that route for the BMW?
No, we did not.
Did you review that route for the Tesla?
We did not.
So then back to Mr. Tellis's neighborhood, you'd agree with me that when you drove through Mr. Tellis's neighborhood, you were looking for a red Denali similar to his?
I was looking for all the vehicles that were registered to him.
Approximately how many houses were in his specific neighborhood?
Oh, rough guess, maybe 100-ish. It's kind of a looped neighborhood.
Do you recall the name of the neighborhood?
I do not.
Do you recall the subdivision to which this neighborhood belonged?
I can't recall off the top of my head the name of the subdivision.
Do you recall of whether or not it was in, let's say, Lake Las Vegas, Piccoli Ranch, Summerlin?
I believe it might have been Piccoli Ranch area. That's what's right there on Charleston.
Are you aware of what, or any HOAs that had jurisdiction, assuming there was, over this neighborhood?
I'm not.
You had given testimony concerning, I'll flip through so we can all see. It's your slide 15. (9:10), and you had given testimony yesterday at about 4:12 p.m. that you had seen this red Denali entering this area near where Mr. Tellis lived, correct?
At approximately 9:10 in the morning, that's correct.
And just so we're clear, at 9:10 from this camera that it was 9601 Red Hills Drive, basically the Piggott Elementary School, you saw the Denali arriving in the neighborhood, not specifically to Mr. Tellis's house, but the area, correct?
It drove into the neighborhood where Mr. Tejas lives.
And he was arriving, assuming, and that's again too, we don't know who was driving, do we?
That's correct.
Throughout your testimony yesterday, you repeatedly said he, the driver, he. We don't know, all things being you, whether it was a he or a she, do we?
I'm fairly confident it was a male.
Okay, but you didn't know. You don't know. You can't testify today whether it was a male or a female, can you?
Not positively.
But back to this arrival, whoever's driving this Denali at 9:10:18 DVR time on September 2nd, 2022, do you know where that Denali was arriving from, or where its place of origin is from?
Well, I looked at phone records from Mr. Tejas, and I know that earlier in the morning, previous to 9:10, he was down in the area of, I believe it was Desert Inn and Durango. There's a school down there in that neighborhood.
Okay. But again, not based upon any captures from any ring cams, school cams, gas station cams. That's based upon his cell phone data, correct?
That's correct. The camera at his residence did not record, and there wasn't anything on the ring camera of evidentiary value.
And we'll get to that. But just so we're clear, though, as far as where this vehicle was, we don't know, do we? We have no records concerning that red Denali prior to 9:10 a.m.
That's correct.
We don't know the location of this red Denali on September 1st, the day before, do we?
I do not.
And we don't know the location of this red Denali following, let's say, 9/3, do we?
I believe there were surveillance units set up on that vehicle at some point after 9/2, but I don't recall the exact date.
Let me ask you this. Are you aware of Mr. Tellis being under surveillance prior to this date in question, September 2nd, 2022?
No.
At this point in time, you worked with the homicide unit?
That's correct.
So you were unaware of what other involvement, if any other units may have had concerning details concerning Mr. Tellis?
I know there were other units in the Metropolitan Police Department that were involved in an investigation concerning Mr. Tejas, but I don't know the details concerning that investigation.
Are you aware of a surveillance detail that had been focused on Mr. Tellis on the days preceding this killing of Mr. Guerin?
I am not.
Are you aware that he was subject to surveillance on the day of this killing of Mr. Guerin?
I am not.
The next slide I'd like you to turn your attention to is, so let's see. We'll go here. It's at 9:12. This is where you discussed roughly the same time Mr. Guerin is leaving the taco shop. again, you'd said that the time was wrong in this, correct?
That's correct. The clock time on the DVR is wrong. I believe this is, I'd have to go back and look at the previous slide, but probably somewhere around 9:14 in the morning.
Okay, and you were shown a receipt by Mr. Hamner concerning a receipt.
I don't think I was shown a receipt.
Okay, was there any discussion with you and Mr. Hamner concerning your receipt from Roberto's Taco Shop on the morning in question?
No, I know that one existed. That's how we ended up going there. That was found during a search of Mr. Gurman's residence. And so that's one of the reasons that we went to the taco shop, is to follow up on the time of that receipt. And I believe, if memory serves me correctly, the time on the receipt was about 9:04.
And are you aware of that receipt and the timestamp on the receipt being accurate, or is it just an assumption that it was?
Based on the adjusted time on the DVR, I think the time was pretty accurate, but I can't testify that it absolutely was accurate.
All right. And moving on. This is a 9/12/32. This is from the same 906 Red Hills Drive, the Piggott Elementary, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your testimony yesterday was at this time we see this Denali leaving this area, correct?
Yes, sir.
But just so we're clear, the last point of either seeing this vehicle arriving or leaving, this is about as close as we get to the Telus residence, correct?
It is.
But still, we have a distance, don't we? I mean, it's not right around the corner, but I mean, there's a distance between this camera and Mr. Tellus's home.
Where I lose track of the Denali as it heads north, it's right around the corner from Mr. Teos's residence.
And, you know, since we're on the subject, I'll just address this right now. This surveillance camera, the ring camera at Mr. Tellus's home, security cameras. It's your testimony that you could not find any video from that day, correct?
That's correct. If any video would have been recovered, it would have been provided to me so that I could have used it in my PowerPoint. I know that detectives at the scene who were executing the search warrant there, in addition to myself, requested that our digital forensics lab come out and examine the DVR. I don't know what the results of that examination are.
So you're not able to give testimony whether it's cloud-based or not?
I am not.
You're not aware of whether the passcode had been given to it and followed through?
All I know is that the digital forensics detectives came out, and they're the ones that examined the system.
So they would know in reference to that system versus you, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you're not aware of when any security system may have been installed, whether it was the day before on the Telus residence, are you?
I am not.
Are you aware of any other neighbors of Mr. Telus who had been spoken to concerning their ring cameras or their security systems that could have gotten you closer to the Telus home?
I am aware that other detectives canvassed the area for surveillance video, and I don't believe we were able to locate any.
But you can't say for certain, can you?
Well, I can say that if video would have been recovered, it would have been given to me to be used as part of the PowerPoint that I created.
But again, and just so we're clear, and if I may approach this screen, I mean, we've got the Piggott Elementary School here. That's where the green pen is, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have the Telus home up here, a ways away on the other side of Spanish Steps, correct?
Correct.
So you said it was right around the corner, but it's actually really not. You'd have to leave Piggott Elementary School, come over here on Red Hills, drive up Red Hills, let's see, Silk Tassel, hit Spanish Steps. And from this picture, we can't really see, but we don't really have the entrance to Mr. Tellus's neighborhood captured, do we?
So where I lose track of the Denali is about 6 houses south of the intersection, and then right around the corner to Mr. Teos's residence.
Would you agree with me, just based upon this capture, and this presumably is from a satellite?
The picture of this?
Yes.
Yes, it's Google Earth.
We've got quite a few homes. We've got that silk tassel drive. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on one side, 6 on the other. Then we have Spanish steps. We have homes on each side. There's a lot of homes there, isn't there, that could have security cameras?
There were, but not every home has security cameras. And just because you have a camera doesn't mean that it captures anything.
Kind of like in the instance of Mr. Tellis's home, just because the camera, that doesn't mean anything was captured, correct?
That's correct.
But fair to say, we do have several homes between this Piggott vantage point and the Tellis home.
There are several, yes.
You had given testimony concerning seeing a red Denali drive by from a certain vantage point, and you weren't able to see whether or not it had a plate, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall which capture you were referring to?
I believe that was from 1405 Wintergreen, and there was no plate visible on the back of the truck at the time that it drove northbound on Wintergreen.
And what time was that?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Would referring to your notes or your slide preparation refresh your recollection?
If you want to back out of this and go to the PowerPoint itself, and then I have to scroll down to the slides.
Okay, I'll do this. We'll go through it together.
So it's that angle.
Right here?
No, not this, but it's this angle from 1405 Wintergreen.
Not that one.
No, sir.
That's Mr. Tellis. I'm sorry, that's Mr. Gehrman. Let's see. And you know, since we're here in the interest of time, let's address this. You were asked, did something jump out at you? Recall that line of questioning yesterday?
Correct.
And you were shown this and State's Exhibit 317. Mr. Hamner had shown this to the jury, correct?
Yes,
We have a visor down in the summertime on a vehicle, correct?
that's correct.
And you'd said there was something telling, something very characteristic about this capture, correct?
There's one of them, yes.
And we'll get to the other matters, but you said something here on the front just showed you that this must be the same vehicle or similar to the vehicle, correct?
It stood out to me as something that was similar on both the suspect's vehicle and on Mr. Tejas' vehicle.
And if I can show you what's been admitted and shown, published, State's Exhibit 317.
Yes,
Let me approach, this was it, correct?
that's correct.
And you said in your testimony that there's something here that matches something there concerning this light color area?
Correct. It's just something that drew my attention on both vehicles. And it's a faded area on the plastic of the left front of the Denali.
But then again, this faded area, the sun's reflecting off of it, isn't it?
I don't believe the sun was reflecting off of that.
I would submit that the exhibit will speak for itself. If I told you that it is, do you have any reason to disagree with me?
That the sun is reflecting off of that?
Yes.
I would.
Okay, well, obviously, too, we let those that are the ultimate determiners of fact to determine that. There was other testimony concerning things jumping out at you. The rims on the Denali.
Correct.
These are stock rims, aren't they?
They are.
The tinting in the front, lighter tinting in the front, darker tinting in the back. Something else?
That's correct. When you take everything into consideration.
But that's a standard feature, is it not? The front windows are generally not tinted and the backs are.
That's not true.
Have you done research concerning the 2007 Denali?
I've seen Denali's. I've seen tinted windows in the front, tinted windows all the way around, no tint all the way around, some windows tinted, some windows not. It runs the gamut. It depends on the owner of the vehicle on whether or not you want to tint your windows.
Have you done any research in reference to like Car Guru or CarMax, Google concerning 2007 Denali's, what they
I
look
have.
like? Fairly similar to this one.
Similar, yes.
They all have Denali on the side like this Denali has, correct?
They do.
Now, moving forward, please stop me when we come to the capture, I think was the word used in reference to the license plate.
So if you play this clip,
Okay,
stop.
right there.
Yes.
All right. Oh,
That's on cornflower. That's another angle where you do not see a license plate on the rear of the vehicle.
okay. And this is at 1042, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is some distance from the Telus home, correct?
It's about a block.
Now let's hit that. About a block from the Telus home?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay,
It's about a block from Mr. Gehrman's residence.
okay.
It's roughly 5.3 miles from Mr. Teas's residence.
All right. So we've got a red Denali, about an hour and 30 minutes away from the other Denali that's captured at Piggott, that's some distance away from Telus home, correct?
I believe this time is correct. You'd have to go to the slide before for me to confirm that. It is,
Okay. So again, about an hour and a half.
correct.
We've got a 5.3 mile stretch. And you'll agree with me that we don't have continuous coverage, do we? We have 20 spots, give or take, over a 5.3 mile area. Fair to say?
That's correct. Again, some houses had video, some didn't. Some captured the vehicle, some didn't. Some weren't recording, some were.
And it's your testimony that this captures at 1042, correct? Give or take, assuming it's accurate.
Yes, sir.
And I'll go forward now to 1405 Winter Green.
So I believe that one also shows that there was no plate on the back of the vehicle.
Okay, and this is 17 minutes after the last one?
Yes, correct.
And this is all in the area of Mr. Gehrman's home, correct?
This is on Wintergreen, about 30 feet north of Bronze Circle where Mr. Gehrman lived.
So we've got all this time that's transpired, correct?
Minutes.
Well, if we go from 1042 to 1101, I mean, we've got some time. Almost 20 minutes.
Well, that's also the suspect out walking around the area.
We've got 20 minutes that we've gone by, correct?
Sure.
Fair to say that this video window that we've been looking at begins at about 9:10, correct? Concerning the Denali. I don't want to say it's Mr. Tellis's Denali, but a Denali, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the latter slides that we look at, it's about 11:50, isn't it?
Approximately, yes,
That's a fair amount of time, correct?
it is.
Turning your attention to a Denali, a red Denali. Did you receive information that there was about 67 red Denalis in the Vegas area?
There's actually more than that. We had an initial listing, I believe, over 100. Of that 100, one of the Denali's listed on there was registered at Mr. Teas's residence to his wife, Mary. We further narrowed that list down to red Yukons. The first list was 07 to 14 Yukons. The next list that we narrowed down was 07 to 2014 red Yukons. Again, Mr. Teas's wife, Mary, at his address was listed on that list. We narrowed it down even further then to red Denali's. And again, Mr. Teas's wife, Mary, at his address was listed as an owner of that vehicle. We even searched advanced license plate readers, and Mr. Teas's vehicle was photographed by an advanced license plate reader vehicle at his residence, bearing a license plate, a Nevada commemorative plate. I believe it was 944 Adam.
Okay, and when was this?
I don't know what the exact date was, but I could get it.
Okay, so you don't have it today. I mean, I appreciate you laying out for us the steps of this investigation, but when was this capture done? When was this? Please tell us.
I could get it for you.
Okay. Have you given it to the state?
I believe everybody has the license plate reader information.
You don't know when, the origin? I mean, as you sit here today, and trust me, it's not a test, but I mean, you don't have it with you.
I do have it with me. I just don't know that my computer is going to work in here.
Okay, fair enough. Fair to say, though, there's more than one Denali, and we're talking about a 5.3 mile area that you were focusing on, correct?
There is more than one Denali in the Clark County Valley.
At no point in time, and you'd agree with me that it's your theory, but at no point in time do we have any capture of a red Denali parked and there's a license plate being either removed or put upon it, correct?
There's not.
Most of the captures that we have of this red Denali, you don't really see a plate one way or the other, do you?
No, that's not correct.
Okay,
You don't see the plate as it's traveling around Mr. Gurman's neighborhood. Once it goes down Washington, you can tell that there is something on the back of the vehicle that was not there before.
and if you could direct our attention to which slide specifically you're referring to.
Yes, if you can pull up the one that's on Washington.
Okay, so it's forward from this, looking at the time.
Correct. It's near the end.
The one that's taken from the gas station.
No,
Okay,
the one that's taken from the backyard of a residence that backs up to Washington. And then also from the Winco Foods on Washington.
okay. Please tell me when I should stop.
Right there. So where the red box was, if you look, you can see white and darker. And I believe that is the commemorative license plate that was on the back of the vehicle.
But that's as good as we get. You're saying that that's the one that belongs to the Telus residence, but that's it. You're drawing this conclusion based upon this image.
Oh, no. I was present for the execution of a search warrant at Mr. Teas's residence, where several items of evidence were recovered that absolutely confirmed my belief that Mr. Teas's vehicle was the one used in the commission of Jeffrey Gurman's murder.
And we understand that. We understand your point of view in reference to this, but concerning this vehicle, this capture at 11:35, at 11:35 Sunspot Street at 11:35 in the morning, you're basing this conclusion concerning this commemorative plate and that this is the vehicle based upon that image.
What I'm saying is that when the vehicle was last photographed at 7200 Periwinkle, as it turned west onto Vegas Drive, The next video that I have, or the next capture I have of the vehicle is as it travels westbound on Washington from Tenaya. And at that point, it appears to me that there's a license plate on the vehicle.
So you're saying there's a better image of the plate capture than this concerning these putting on the plate than this what we're looking at?
There is no image of the license plate being put back on the vehicle.
But I'm asking concerning the image of the plate.
If you go to the next one, I believe from Winco Foods. And again, you can look at the back of that. Now you can clearly see that there is a white area on the rear lift gate.
And that's the commemorative plate that you testified concerning.
The previous one is what I thought it was,
All
just
right.
based on the color scheme, what it looked like.
You see something there, and that's this commemorative plate that you're sure belongs to the Tellus vehicle.
No, in this video or in this clip, all I'm saying is now it appears that there is a license plate on the vehicle.
And in reference to the license plate that you're testifying is on this vehicle, can't tell what kind of plate it is.
You cannot.
Thank you. No further questions.
Based on that, we have no further.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You step down and you're excused for subpoena. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Sure.
Mr. Villiers?
Can the witness still leave?
Oh, yes.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess for lunch. We don't have our next witness coming until 1 o'clock. And so during this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or means of communication, or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. Thank you. You go with the officer of the court, and we will be in recess.
Thank you. All right, for next week, please. Everyone, please be seated. Please come to order, remain seated.
Okay, does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may call your next witness.
Please call Dr. Stephanie out. You can stand.
Please watch your step. If you'll remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
First name is Stephanie, Stephanie. Last name Yagi, Yagi.
Thank you very much. If you could you please explain to the jury what you do for a living?
I'm currently employed as a medical examiner at the Clark County Coroner's Office.
How long have you been with the Clark County Coroner's Office?
About 2 years.
If you could, please, and what is your title?
Medical examiner and forensic pathologist.
If you could explain to the jury, what is a medical examiner?
So a medical examiner is a medical doctor who specializes in determining the cause and manner of death.
If you could, please describe your educational background for the jury.
So I am a medical doctor. After graduating from medical school, I did 4 additional years in residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology and 1 additional year in subspecialized training in forensic pathology. And I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
After finishing your schooling, where did you go professionally from that point? Was it to the Clark County Coroner's Office or was it somewhere else?
Yes, after training, I went directly to the Clark County Coroner's Office.
All right. On average, how many autopsies do you perform a year?
Approximately 250.
Okay. If you could, describe what is the purpose of an autopsy?
The purpose is going to be to determine the cause and manner of death in any sudden, unexpected, violent, or suspicious deaths.
All right. Are there categories that help define potential manners of death?
Yes.
How many are there? At least within your office, how many are there?
So there are 5.
Okay, and please tell us each one.
So there's going to be natural,
Okay.
accident, suicide, homicide, and in cases where we cannot tell, undetermined.
Did you perform the autopsy on an individual by the name of Jeffrey Michael Gehrman?
Yes.
Okay, and that was performed on September 4th of 2022?
Yes.
If you could, explain a little bit about how Mr. Gehrman's body is transported to your office.
In cases like these where it is a suspicious or violent death, the body is transported in a sealed body bag, either from the scene or the hospital, wherever death is pronounced. It is then transported to our office, and that seal is not broken until the forensic processing takes place in the presence of law enforcement.
Who are the individuals that put that body in a sealed bag for transport to your office?
Those would be our coroner investigators.
Okay, so not someone affiliated with Metro, but actually employees from your office.
Correct.
When Mr. Gehrman's body arrived in your office, was it in that sealed bag?
Yes.
Did you notice any sort of tampering with the seal in any way?
No.
Okay. So after you, let's say, open a seal of someone you're about to perform an autopsy on, what's the next step?
So every step of this process is photo documented. Again, a photograph of the sealed body bag is taken, as well as a toe tag with identifying coroner case number. The body is then photographed as is, or as it comes out of the body bag, and then processing takes place in layers. So if a body is clothed, the clothes are taken off, and again, photographs are taken. If the body is dirty, it is then cleaned, and then again, photographs are taken.
Is there a process of taking fingernail or toenail clippings from a body?
In certain cases, yes.
In this case, was that performed?
I don't recall.
Okay. If that is actually performed, when does that typically happen in the process?
Again, during the processing portion of the autopsy.
And so that's the beginning part where you're photographing and things like that before you get to, for example, cutting and going into the body. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. So after you take photographs of the body with clothing on, and then remove the clothing, and then you get to cleaning the body, what is the next step for a medical examiner like yourself?
So the autopsy examination occurs in multiple steps. The first step is going to be an external examination. So I'm just looking at the body, documenting, identifying features such as hair color, eye color, scars, tattoos, as well as any external trauma that I can see on the body.
Okay. So you kind of go from head to toe and you're marking things externally on the body. What would be the next phase of the autopsy?
The next step is going to be the internal examination. So this portion is somewhat likened to a surgical procedure where the body is opened. The internal organs are taken out. They are evaluated as well as weighed. Again, documenting any sequelae of natural disease one might have, as well as any injuries.
Is there a phase that continues after an internal examination?
There are additional ancillary studies that we can perform that are included as part of the autopsy examination, things like toxicology testing, histologic or microscopic examination if necessary, or any type of other consultations that we see fit.
Okay. Were those things performed in this case?
In this case, toxicology testing was performed.
But not a histological one?
Correct.
And that's essentially when you're looking at tissue underneath. You take slides of tissue and look at it under a microscope. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were any radiographs or MRIs taken of the body?
Postmortem radiographs or x-rays were taken in our office of the body.
Okay. And so that was done in this case?
Correct.
All right. Now, at this time, I'd like to approach with what has been admitted by stipulation, Your Honor, states 188 through states 203. Correct. May I approach the witness? All right, let the record reflect. I'm showing the witness states 188 through 203. Please take a moment, doctor, take the moment to flip through those and let me know if these look familiar to you.
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
In general, these are going to be photographs from the forensic processing portion, as well as autopsy examination for this particular case.
Thank you very much. This time, permission to publish. Publishing states 188. Who are we looking at here?
So this is a facial identification photograph of the decedent, Mr. German.
Okay, I think it's pronounced Gehrman, but that's
apologize.
okay. It's okay. How old was Mr. Gehrman?
I don't recall.
Would it help refresh your recollection to see a copy of your autopsy report?
Yes.
Okay, referring to page 1, counsel. Just read silently here. These these two lines here and let me know if that refreshes your memory.
Yes, it does.
Okay. So let me ask you, how old was Mr. Garrett at the time of his death?
69 years.
Okay. So this is kind of an external view of him. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, for the purposes of your external examination, you noted a series of injuries. We'll come back to this, but I want to first start with publishing 189. What are we looking at here?
This is an overall photograph of the anterior or front portion of the body.
Okay. I want to talk first about his neck. Did you note externally an injury sustained to Mr. Gehrman's neck?
Yes.
What type of wound was it? Where was it on the neck?
There are actually 2 sharp force injuries of the neck, more specifically 2 incised wounds of the anterior and left lateral aspects of the neck.
Okay. Let's take the incised wound to the anterior of the neck. If you could, please explain to the jury, what does the word incised mean?
So an incised wound is a category of sharp force injury, which is an injury created by something with a blade or cutting edge. An incised wound, by definition, is longer on the skin than it is deep within the body. And by contrast, we have stab wounds, which are going to be the opposite. They're going to be deeper into the body than their length on the skin.
So a stab wound essentially could be someone plunging some sharp object into a body versus slicing across.
It could be, yes.
Okay. I want to publish Exhibit 197. What are we looking at here?
So this is the incised wound to the anterior neck previously discussed.
Do you know what the term wound track means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
In my opinion, it is the path that the injury is involving. So specific tissues and or objects that are involved in said wound.
If you could, please explain to us, based on your examination of Mr. Gehrman, tell us about the wound track of this particular incised wound to the anterior of his neck.
So this wound involved obviously the skin and underlying or subcutaneous tissues. It also produced defects in the larynx, which is part of the respiratory tract, and the carotid artery, which is a main artery that supplies blood to the brain.
If you could, please explain to us what sort of damage receiving a wound like this to your larynx could do to a person.
It could make it difficult to breathe.
And tell me about the carotid artery. Why is that such a significant artery in the body?
It is the main blood supply to the brain.
And what happens if the brain, I know this may seem like a silly question, but please, doctor, tell us what would happen to a person if their body could not get blood to their brain?
They suffer things like anoxia, which is lack of oxygen. The brain controls many, if not all, of the functions of our body.
Is this injury, based on your medical training and experience, potentially fatal?
Yes.
Do you believe, based on your examination, this was one of the fatal injuries?
Yes.
Publishing Exhibit 198. What part of the body are we looking at now, doctor?
This is the left lateral or left aspect of the neck.
Is there an injury that you denoted here that you memorialized in your report?
Yes, there is a small incised wound.
You know what? If you take your mouse, I believe it should, if you could take the mouse and maybe point to us, where is that second incised wound?
So it's going to be right here.
Okay. So let the record reflect that the witness has circled what appears to be a small incision almost in the center of the photo on the left side of his neck. If you could, what was the wound track result here?
It was relatively superficial, involving only the skin and some subcutaneous tissues.
And so superficial meaning it didn't go too deeply. Would that be correct?
Correct.
In layman's terms, sorry. Let's talk, was there another wound on the left side of the neck? Republishing 198.
No.
Did you indicate at some point that there was a stab wound to the left posterior of the neck?
Yes.
Do you see that here in this photograph?
No.
Okay. but one is noted, is that correct?
Yes.
And let me do this, the lighting's not great either, so let me at least approach and you look at it. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but let me see, if you look at it up close here, can you see it at all?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so let's republish it. And then you can circle it for us. Publishing 198. Please show us where the wound is to the left posterior neck.
Is there any way to make it lighter?
You know, we can try. Oh, yeah, that seems a little bit too much, but let's how about, that seems pretty good. Is that good? Better, doctor?
Yes.
Okay. And I can zoom in too, so why don't I zoom in a little bit more. All right, so can you please tell us where another injury was noted on the left posterior neck?
Yes, it's going to be right here.
All right, let the record reflect that the witness has noted another, what appears to almost look like a perforating injury to the back part of his neck. And just in layman's terms, posterior means what?
The back,
Okay, anterior means what?
the front,
And lateral means what?
on this side.
Okay. What was the wound track on that injury, that third injury?
The injury of the left posterior neck was
Yeah.
also involving the skin and subcutaneous tissues.
Okay, and did it also touch on some of the superficial muscles?
Yes,
What sort of injury or effect does that have on a person?
it could be variable.
It could be what?
Oh, variable?
Okay. Let's Was there another injury that you had denoted to the right posterior neck?
Yes.
Okay, what type of injury was that?
It was considered a stab wound.
Okay, what was the wound track on that injury?
Again, this wound involved the skin, subcutaneous muscles, and soft tissues.
Okay. I might circle back to that one. I want to talk about the torso for a moment. Was there an injury to the lateral side, the left lateral side of his torso?
Yes, there are 2 stab wounds to the left lateral torso.
Okay. I'm publishing, I'm going to publish exhibit 190. Do you see the general area where you denoted those injuries?
Yes.
Okay, if you could, why don't you show us with your, and actually, you know what I can do too? I can have an enlargement here. I'm going to publish 195. Just a bit. Where on the left side of Mr. Gehrman is there another injury?
So there's a stab wound here, and there's actually also one here behind this arm.
Okay. Let me publish 196. Is this a better view
Yes.
of at least one of those injuries?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me, the stab wound to the left lateral torso, what was the wound track on that? What damage did this injury do?
Of which stab wound?
The one to the left lateral torso, the one closer to the rib cage.
Can you be more specific?
You denote in your report that there's a sharp injury number 5.
So there are 2 stab wounds of the lateral torso. One is more superior or higher up on the chest, while the other one is more midline chest.
Let's talk about the higher up one.
So the more superior stab wound of the left lateral torso involved, again, the skin and subcutaneous tissues, the thoracic cage or ribs, the left lung, as well as the heart and aorta, which is the main blood supply to the body.
What damage did this stab wound do to the upper lobe of the lung?
So it punctured the upper lobe of the left lung.
What sort of damage could that create in a person?
Could be variable.
Okay, we'll give you some examples, doctor.
Well, my specialty training is not clinical medicine, so my patient population is somewhat biased. However, it could result in trouble breathing. It could result in blood within the chest cavity, and it could result in death.
Okay. You mentioned what damage to, was it, I don't know if you testified to this, but did this injury also touch the pericardium?
Yes,
What is the pericardium?
the pericardium is the sac that surrounds the heart.
What sort of damage could that cause to a person if their pericardium is pierced?
On its own, could be nothing.
Okay. Tell me about, was there any, did this wound penetrate the heart in any way?
Yes,
What did it hit?
I believe it hit one of the atria of the lung, or sorry, atria of the heart.
Okay. Did you note that it had hit the right ventricle as well as the aorta?
I would have to refresh my recollection.
Sure. Referring to page 3, counsel. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay, so tell me about this injury. What parts of the heart did this stab wound affect on the heart?
It resulted in injury to the right ventricle of the heart.
Okay, what is the role of the right ventricle?
It is one of the pumping chambers of the heart.
Okay, what can happen to a person if their right ventricle is damaged?
Their function to pump blood to the body may become impaired.
Can that injury be potentially fatal?
Yes,
In your opinion, based on your examination here, was this one of the potential fatal injury, or was this one of the fatal injuries suffered by Mr. Dermott?
yes.
Let's talk about the aorta. What is significant about the aorta? What role does it play?
It is one of the main vessels that leads from the heart to the rest of the body.
If that portion of that valve or portion of the heart is damaged, how can that affect a person?
Blood could be impaired to the rest of the body.
In your opinion, based on your training and medical experience, was this another one of the fatal injuries to Mr. Gehrman?
It could be, yes.
Let's talk about the lower injury to the left lateral torso. I'm republishing 195. If you could show us, I don't know if the lighting's great on that, but if you could show us, where is that injury?
Can you repeat which injury you're speaking
The
of?
lower left lateral injury to the torso.
It's going to be this one down here.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness has circled an injury to the left of the hand that's holding up a ruler in the photograph. Would that be accurate, doctor?
Yes.
If you could, please tell me about the wound track for this particular wound.
This wound involved the skin and subcutaneous tissues, as well as the hemidiaphragm and the kidney.
Okay. And what sort of damage can that cause to the body?
The diaphragm is responsible for helping a person breathe, and the kidney is responsible for waste production.
Okay. What sort of effect can that have on the body if you sustain an injury such as that?
Which injury?
You can take them in order. I apologize. We can start with the hemidiaphragm if you wish.
Could lead to trouble breathing.
Okay. How about to the helium of the left kidney?
The hilum of the kidney compromises multiple different constituents of the kidney, including major vessels, as well as the renal pelvis, which then leads to the bladder. Injury to this area could result in hemorrhage or bleeding.
All right. Was there, and this was what type of wound? An incised wound, a stab wound?
This was a stab wound.
All right. Was there a third injury to the left lateral torso?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Would it help refresh your recollection if I refer to page 3 of your report?
Yes.
Okay. Page 3. Does this help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a third injury that you had noted to the left side of Mr. Gehrman's torso?
No.
Okay. Do you recall at least denoting that in your report?
The report denotes a left posterior torso wound, which is the back of the body.
Okay, but Doc, let me just approach I just want to make sure I'm getting the numbers correct. You had indicated previously there was a left lateral injury that hit the hemidiaphragm and the hilum. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your report, do you note that as 7 or 6?
Number 7 is denoted as left lateral torso, and then number 6 is left posterior torso. It appears from the report, and my apologies, the left posterior torso wound is the wound that perforates the diaphragm and hilum of the kidney.
Okay, so so posterior means back.
Back.
Okay, so there's an injury. So just so we're clear, on his left back, there's an injury. It's a stab wound, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and those are the ones that perforated the hemidiaphragm and the hilum.
Correct.
Okay, so that's one. We haven't seen that in the picture. You denoted the second lateral one. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the damage with respect to that left lateral torso, was that more superficial in nature?
Yes, it involved only the skin and subcutaneous soft tissues.
Okay. I want to show you Exhibit 193. Are there any injuries here that you noted?
Yes, there are 2 stab wounds to the posterior neck.
Okay, could you circle where those are?
Sure. We have one here and one here.
All right. Publishing 192. What are we looking at here?
Again, this is the posterior or back portion of the body, and we have 2 stab wounds as well, here and then here as well.
So that last one you just circled, is that the left posterior one that you were describing that hits the, I'm gonna butcher that, I want to look at my notes. The hemidiaphragm as well as the hilum.
Yes,
Okay, so that's the one you were talking about previously.
correct.
Okay. This superior one up here, what was the wound track on that?
Again, involves the skin and subcutaneous soft tissues.
Okay, and then I'm just re-showing 193, these 2 up here, what sort of damage did that create?
Both are going to involve the skin and subcutaneous soft tissues.
All right. Publishing 194. Is this the right side? Is this the right side of Mr. Garman's body?
Yes.
And what do we see on the right side that was of note for your investigation or your examination of Mr. Garman?
So here in the center of the photograph, there is a linear abrasion, which is like a scrape or scratch-like injury.
Okay. I want to now focus on Mr. Garman's hands. I want to focus on the right hand. What did you note with respect to his right hand and his right forearm?
There were multiple, approximately 3 incised wounds to the right hand and forearm.
Publishing 201. Could you circle where you see any potential, or where you see injuries on Mr. Garman's hand?
Yes. So there's one here. I believe there's one here as well. It's slightly overexposed.
But you're noting here and here, is that correct?
Correct.
And for the record, there seems to be kind of near the right index finger a laceration. And she's also noting an injury to the inside of his right thumb near the base. Have you ever heard the term defensive type injuries or defensive wounds?
Yes.
In your line of work, what does that mean?
They're wounds that characteristically are seen when a victim is attempting to either defend themselves actively or passively.
did you make a determination based on your training and experience that these wounds here were most likely representative of a defensive type injury?
Yes, they could be consistent with defensive type wounds.
Publishing 202, we're now looking at his right forearm. Is there an injury noted here?
Yes.
Could you circle it?
There's a small incised wound here in the middle of the photograph.
Okay. Publishing 203, is this a more close-up view of that same injury?
Yes.
In your opinion, was this also consistent with a defensive wound?
It could be.
Turning to his left hand and forearm, did you also note injuries on his left hand and his left forearm?
Yes.
Publishing 199, could you show us where any injuries are depicted in that photograph?
There is an incised wound here on the dorsal aspect of the thumb.
Okay, is that dorsal mean top?
Yes.
Okay. And publishing 200. What did you note here?
And then again, there is an incised wound to the forearm.
Okay, could you circle it for us?
Yes.
In your opinion, based on your training experience, did you also make a determination that these injuries to the left forearm and to the left hand are also consistent with defensive type wounds?
Yes, they could be.
Lastly, did you make a series of notations about a variety of other bruises or contusions or potentially even smaller lacerations throughout Mr. Dermott's body?
Yes.
And then publishing 188, do we see some of those in this photograph?
Yes.
And generally, where are these injuries?
So scattered predominantly across the forehead are some minor abrasions, or again, these scrape or scratch-like injuries.
If you could, just take your mouse and just show us what you're speaking about.
Etc.
Okay. When you've concluded your examination, did you reach a determination as to what the cause and manner of death was with respect to Jeffrey Gehrman?
Yes.
And what was the cause of death?
Multiple sharp force injuries.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
And in lay terms, what does homicide mean?
Homicide means death at the hands of another.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
Yes, thank you.
Doctor, how many stab wounds were on the body?
Sorry, I have to do some math in my head. I believe there are 6 stab wounds.
And how many slicing wounds, slashing wounds?
7 incised wounds.
Okay, so we have 6 and 7, 13.
Yes.
You had given testimony concerning what appeared to be a slashing wound to the front of the neck, correct?
Incised wound, yes.
And I'm referring specifically to State's Exhibit 189. I'm sorry. That would be the wound right here, correct?
Correct.
You would testify that that would have severed the carotid artery, correct?
It did sever the carotid artery, yes.
It did.
Yes.
And you would testify that that would be the primary source, the main source of blood to the brain.
Correct.
Safe to say that in so doing, having been severed, that would have admitted a substantial amount of blood.
It could have, yes.
Through your examination of the body, were you able to determine whether this wound had occurred in a standing position, laying position?
No.
But assuming that it would have been a decisive wound or a primary cause of death wound, it would be safe to assume that Mr. Gehrman was standing. Fair to say?
I would not assume that, no.
No. So it's your testimony then that he could have basically received a fatal cut and gotten back up or been down. you're unaware as to the order, fair to say?
Correct.
Of the 13 wounds suffered, would it be your characterization that this would be the most serious?
It is one of the more significant wounds, yes.
The other wound being to the left side of the body,
Yes,
near the heart,
yes,
and that would have been the second most grievous, or the second most serious wound that Mr. Garman would have suffered, correct?
I would say that it is another significant wound, yes.
And is it also fair to say that given the location of the wound and the type of the wound, again, that would have emitted a great deal of blood?
Can you be more specific about where?
Would you expect that cut to bleed, that stab wound to bleed?
Potentially, yes.
Potentially. Would you expect it not to bleed?
There are certain circumstances, yes, where there are not, a lot of blood might not be produced.
And what would those circumstances be?
So bleeding could be externally or internally. So I guess you would have to delineate which one you're asking about.
You obviously performed the autopsy in this case. Did you see any signs of internal bleeding?
Yes,
And how significant was the internal bleeding?
there was a small amount of blood.
A small amount. So it would be safe to assume that the bleeding was exterior. I mean, it would have left the body, correct?
It could have.
Okay. It would be, for a person to bleed a fair amount from this wound would be consistent with the wound received. I mean, you have no reason to believe that it didn't bleed a fair amount.
Correct.
Same question concerning the wound to the neck. I mean, it's safe to assume that would have bled a lot because there were no signs of internal bleeding concerning that wound, correct?
There were signs of internal bleeding
But a small amount versus a large amount.
at the time of the autopsy, correct.
Okay. So again, we'd have small internal bleeding, not major internal bleeding as to the two major wounds that occurred, correct?
At the time of the autopsy, yes.
Based upon your examination of the body, specifically the incise wounds, are you able to give an opinion as to the type of murder weapon or the weapon that caused these wounds?
No, other than sharp force injury, which would be due to a tool or implement with a sharp cutting edge. No,
Were any wounds particularly deep? What were the depth of them? And let's focus on the, outside of the defensive wounds, which obviously wouldn't give you an indication, but the two primary wounds.
the deepest wound I believe was measured at approximately 3 inches in depth.
3. And as far as the instrument, you can't give any opinion. Jagged edge, straight edge, anything of that nature.
Correct.
Safe to say that the instrument was not longer, assuming it was a knife blade, longer than 3 inches, based upon your examination of the body.
Could you ask the question again, please?
Absolutely. Safe to assume that based upon your examination of the body, and assuming this was a knife wound, safe to say that the blade of the knife would have not been longer than 3 inches.
It is not safe to assume that.
And please explain why.
So the depth of the wound does not directly correlate to the length of the blade. Someone can use full force, push a blade directly all the way to itself into a decedent, therefore creating a depth longer than the actual blade. Or the blade could not be pushed in fully, which would then create a wound that is not as long as the full length of the blade.
And in this case, would there be any indication, assuming the knife had been pushed in, that it was not able to be pushed in completely? Anything would have blocked its path or the trajectory?
Could you repeat the question again?
Absolutely. Nothing to show that, let's say, a person was attempting to stab into the body. Is there anything to show or that would have stopped, let's say, the intrusion of the blade?
I don't have any evidence of that on autopsy examination.
And again, you gave testimony that perhaps the blade could have been shorter, but then made a deeper intrusion
It's possible.
In this case, there's nothing to indicate that, based upon your review of the body.
Correct.
So based upon your review and your examination, 3-inch wound is the deepest, fair to say?
Correct.
Nothing to indicate that it could have, assuming it was a blade, could have been longer, correct?
It could have, yes.
But at the time of the autopsy, are you aware of any other examinations that may have occurred to the body prior to your examination?
Correct.
You're not aware of any, are you?
No.
So obviously then we're basically limited to your examination of the body and the conclusion reached by your examination of the body.
Yes.
And at the time of your examination of the body, there was little internal bleeding, fair to say?
Yes.
So it's fair to assume that the bleeding again would not have been internal, it would have been external bleeding. The bleeding caused by these wounds inflicted.
It is one possibility, yes.
At what time did you conduct your examination of the body?
I don't recall.
Do you recall the date?
It would be September 4th, 2022.
And who was present when you examined the body?
Along with the forensic technicians that are part of my staff, there's a member of law enforcement present as well.
And do you recall who that was?
I believe it was Detective Hawkins.
Okay. Mr. Hamner had asked you concerning the hands. You recall, the body coming in a sealed bag, and there was a question concerning the processing of the nails. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes,
It was your testimony that you did not recall the nails being processed upon your review of the body.
correct. The clipping of fingernails is not something that is within my job duties. Our forensic technicians perform that task.
Okay.
And I believe that those are given then to Metro or law enforcement.
And when you viewed the body, obviously the hands were not bagged, correct?
Correct.
And you did not remove any bagging from the hands.
Me personally, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Direct.
So just to touch on that clippings question, so that's a process that essentially happens before you kind of take over to do your examination. That'd be correct?
Correct.
Okay. There were questions about the number of wounds and injuries. One of the things I wanted to touch on, I'm going to publish 189. Does he appear to be in a state of decomposition?
Yes.
Okay, is that why we see some skin slippage and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay, that was just something that wasn't covered. I wanted to at least address that. Can that be affected by sitting out in the hot sun?
Yes.
Okay, and this was September. This is in early September. I think it was done on, yours was done on the 4th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. There were questions on cross-examination about the fact that there were, I think you were asked to count up the number of injuries. Remember that? I think you came up with 13.
Yes.
Okay. But to be clear, one of the injuries literally is a slashing of his throat, correct?
An incised wound of the neck, yes.
Okay. Which could be performed with a slashing motion potentially, correct?
Potentially.
Okay. But let's be honest, that injury literally severs his carotid artery.
Yes.
Okay. There is literally a stab wound that pierces his heart.
Correct.
And then there's multiple stab wounds to his back, correct?
Correct.
There's stab wounds to his side, on both sides, or at least there's lacerations on one side and stabs on the other, correct?
There's an abrasion on the right side and 2 stab wounds on the left.
Okay. So there's multiple stabs, and then there's multiple cuts, incisions throughout his body.
There are multiple incisions on the upper extremities, yes.
And then there was one other question about how he was asking you about, well, trying to estimate the length of a blade, right? And I think you had said That's not a, the length of a wound is not really a good measurement to determine the length of the blade because certain circumstances can be at play that can affect the depth of the injury, correct?
Correct.
And one of the things I think you said was sometimes a blade may not go all the way in. Is that correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that one of the things you noted was, well, then let me rephrase. You examined his hands, correct?
Yes.
His hands have injuries on them, do they not?
Yes.
And in your opinion, what type of wounds are those characteristic of?
They could be consistent with defensive type injuries.
And that is where a victim is trying to protect himself from being injured.
That is one instance, yes.
And this individual is being stabbed multiple times.
Yes.
And he had injuries to his hands as he was being attacked.
There are injuries to his hands.
Okay, no further questions.
Any requests?
Just briefly, in reference to the inside, the stab wounds, length of the blade, if it was in fact a blade. Again, there was no bruising around the entry point of the wound to indicate perhaps something being stopped, like say the hilt of a knife, assuming it was a knife. Fair to say?
I did not identify any bruising around the areas of the stab wounds. Evaluation was limited slightly by the stages of decomposition of the body.
Obviously, if you had a body and there were multiple stab wounds and you saw multiple bruising type injuries, that would indicate obviously there was a stopping point, correct?
It could be consistent with something else hitting that area.
Okay. The hilt of a knife, perhaps.
Could be, yes.
And in this case, the deepest wound was a 3-inch stab wound, correct?
It was measured at approximately 3 inches, yes.
Could have been a little less.
Yes.
You gave an example wherein a shorter blade could have been used, and based upon your testimony, a shorter blade could have been used in this case.
Yes.
Again, the cut to the neck, we would expect that to bleed substantially.
It would be my expectation, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else?
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you're excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here, and you may call your next witness.
Jennifer Manning. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
First name Jennifer, Jennifer. Last name Manning, Manning.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you. How are you employed?
As a senior crime scene analyst with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And we've had a couple crime scene analysts testify ahead of you, but can you give us your explanation of what a crime scene analyst does?
Sure. At first, we're requested to crime scenes by patrol officers or detectives, and our primary responsibility is for the documentation of that scene, which would entail detailed note-taking of the scene, photography, identification, location, and preservation of any evidence that we find. If there's anything to fingerprint process, we will process that. In major cases, we'll complete a diagram, and at the end of everything, reports are completed and turned in.
Okay, and you're a senior crime scene analyst?
Yes,
And we've heard testimony before that you have to have a certain amount of experience and proficiency in order to be a senior crime scene analyst.
yes,
Do crime scene analysts attend autopsies?
yes, we do.
What is the role of a crime scene analyst at autopsy?
So autopsy is really an extension of the original crime scene. It'll give us an opportunity to search for and collect any additional evidence that might be present.
Okay. On September the 4th of 2022, did you attend the autopsy of Jeff Gehrman?
Yes, I did.
Let me ask you, the crime scene or the body of Mr. Gehrman was discovered at his home on September the 3rd. Did you report to that scene at all?
No, I did not.
How was it that you came to be the person that reported on the 4th for his autopsy?
We have a rotation of crime scene analysts who can actually go to autopsies, and I was next up on the rotation.
Is it just kind of random?
Yes.
Okay, when you're the person assigned to go to an autopsy, I assume you go into work that day, and that's when you learn that you're going to be the person going to the autopsy?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and once you realize you have that assignment, what do you do in order to prepare to attend the autopsy?
Well, when we get down to the coroner's office, we will log our visitation for that day, and for me, it was autopsy that day. We do have lockers down there that are designated for LVMPD personnel that houses our PPE. So I would get gowned up in all the personal protective equipment prior to entering into the ID processing room.
Okay, and I assume at the coroner's office, you can't just walk in and say, I'm here and I'd like to attend an autopsy. They have to let you in?
Yes.
Okay, and you said PPE, and I think we all probably know what that is, but can you describe what you wear for an autopsy?
Yes, I always wear a hairnet, mask. I wear a gown. It covers over 3/4 of my body, booties over my shoes, in addition to gloves.
Okay, and when you get all, as you said, gowned up, what's the next thing that happens at an autopsy for a crime scene analyst?
So when we enter the processing room, I'll get all my supplies ready for the collection of the evidence that may happen during the autopsy.
Okay, and what are those supplies just generally?
So I'll do an envelope for the handbags. I'll get a larger bag ready for like the sheet, kind of like this size of bag. I will get little coin envelopes ready for fingernail clippings, swabs ready to do any sort of swabs.
And are there standard samples that Metro takes from an individual as they present at autopsy? Like standard evidence samples, I guess, from their body?
Yes, we always, well, I shouldn't say always, but typically, given the case, there's handbags on there. So we'll collect the handbags. We will do hand swabs. We'll collect fingernails. We also will take a buccal swab, which is a DNA sample.
Okay. And are you working with the coroner's office forensic techs in order to kind of get your evidence and they're doing their job as well?
Yes.
And are you both separately taking photographs?
Yes, we are.
Prior to you showing up at the autopsy, do you know what forensic tech you're going to be working with for the autopsy?
No, I don't.
Okay, so that's random too?
Yes.
Okay. When the body first presents at autopsy, do you take any note as to whether or not the seal of the body bag is intact?
Yes, I do.
And that's part of your responsibilities with Metro?
That is correct. So my first photography, my first photo of it would be to show the body bag and then to show that the seal is intact.
Okay. And then after, I assume the seal's broken and that's when the processing starts?
Yes.
And then that's when you're working with the forensic techs?
Yes.
And can you kind of describe how that, like if we were watching, what would that look like?
So after the seal is cut, the forensic technician will open up the body bag. We'll take a series of photos to show the condition of what we see.
The condition of the person?
Yes.
Okay. When you were at this autopsy for Mr. Gehrman, did you notice any defects or any damage to the handbags or the bags that were on his hands or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Okay. And no problem, you didn't see any defects or signs that the body bag itself had been compromised?
That is correct.
Okay. So I assume you're taking photographs of this first step that you described?
Yes.
Okay. And then is it, we've heard testimony that it's kind of done in layers. Is that a fair description?
Yes,
Okay, and so the first layer is just, I assume, how the person presents with their clothes on as is, or however they appeared at the scene.
yes.
What's after that?
So after that is when we'll do the collection of the handbags, the swabs of the hands, the fingernail clippings.
And when you do the swabs of the hands, can you describe for the members of the jury what you're using to swab the hands and what area of the hand that you swab?
So it's a cotton swab that is in a sealed package. I would put 2 drops of molecular water on there, and then I would swab all around the fingers, the palm, around the nails, and the web of the hand.
Okay, and this is probably obvious, but I assume that the swabs are new for each autopsy, like everything's fresh equipment.
Yes,
And you swab all over all areas of the hands?
yes,
And then I think you mentioned that fingernail clippings are collected as well.
yes.
What does that look like? How do you collect those at an autopsy working with the forensic techs?
So the forensic technician will clean and disinfect a pair of scissors, and I'll be right there with them with a little coin envelope. And for him to, after he cuts each fingernail, it will go inside the coin envelope. I do one for the right hand and a separate one for the left hand.
Okay. And so it just goes right from sort of being clipped off the person into your envelope?
Yes,
And you actually are the person that observes them disinfect or clean the scissors that are going to be used?
yes.
Okay. And then when you collect those envelopes of the fingernail clippings, what do you do with those?
I close that up and then I put it into a little bit larger envelope that we call a biological envelope, and I seal those.
Okay. And that's indicating that the substance inside the evidence bag is biological.
Yes.
Okay. What do you do with clothing of a decedent at autopsy?
So the coroner's office has clean sheets, so I will lay out a clean sheet. That's part of the one prepping process. And then after I get the buccal swab, then we will lay out the clothing.
In this case with Mr. Gehrman's clothing, how would you describe it? Was it dry or wet, or what did it look like to you?
It was saturated with blood and had a little bit of decomp fluid on it.
So decomposition fluid and blood on it as well?
Yes.
When you have clothing like that, how as a crime scene analyst do you address that in terms of impounding it as evidence?
So we have biohazard drying closets back in the crime scene investigation section. So I would hang up the clothing and the sheet to dry. So typically will take 1 to 2 days to dry.
Okay. So in terms of the samples of like the hand swabs and the fingernail clippings, after you collect those from autopsy, I think you said they're in small envelopes, then in a larger envelope, and then are they in an evidence bag after that, or an evidence
Yes.
envelope?
Yes.
What do you do with that envelope in terms of ensuring that it's not compromised?
I would put in a red evidence seal on the back of the package. I would sign it the date that I am sealing it, and then my initials and P number.
Okay, and then where does that go?
We have a log, so we will log it back at the CSI section, and then we have a secure chute that we'll drop our evidence down into.
So once you drop that evidence down that chute, are you able, or is anybody able to grab that piece of evidence back up?
Supervisor and above would have access to the room.
Okay. And would they have to sign something saying, hey, I recall an evidence envelope?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, after you dropped those swabs and fingernail clippings down that evidence chute, did you ever have contact with that evidence again?
No.
And as you left that envelope, it was sealed?
Yes.
Okay. His clothing that you talked about that was in I think you called drying closets.
Yes.
What happened with that?
I was able to seal that up 2 days later.
Okay, so that would have been on the 6th?
Yes.
Okay. And to be clear, the autopsy was on the 4th, and so the swabs of the hands and the fingernail clippings would have been deposited into that evidence chute on the 4th?
That is correct.
And no contact with that after?
Correct.
And then you waited for the clothes to be dried, and then that was deposited on the 6th?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? And I've shown these photographs just for the record to Mr. Droskovich. So Ms. Manning, I'm showing you what's been marked as state's proposed 162 to 176. Could you look through those and just let me know when you're done, please?
Okay. Okay.
Looking through those, do those appear to be just a portion of the photos that you took at the autopsy of Mr. Gehrman and some of his clothing?
Yes.
State moves to admit 162 to 176.
No objection.
And then while I'm up here, I'm going to have you look at state's proposed 177 through 187. Do those appear to be photographs that you took of the defendant on September 7th of 2022?
Yes.
I move to admit 177 to 187.
No objection.
May I publish these, Your Honor? Thank you. Ms. Manning, I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as states 162. Looking at that photograph, can you describe to the members of the jury what we're looking at?
That is the decedent's right arm.
Okay, and it would have been obviously that hand or well, you actually did it for both hands, that the fingernail clippings and hand swabs were taken,
Yes.
both hands. This is states 163, which is just sort of a closer version. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And now I'm putting on the overhead states 165. That also appears to be the decedent's hand.
Yes.
And to be clear, it's the technician who actually, with the scissors, who actually cuts the fingernails, and then you hold your envelope waiting for it to drop in.
That is correct.
And that procedure was followed in the autopsy of Mr. Gehrman.
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead now, states 166. What are we looking at in that photograph?
So this is the sheet that I was referring to, and then the clothing that was removed from the decedent.
Okay, and the sheet is in the upper left kind of corner of the sheet of the photograph?
Yes, that is the sheet that was wrapped around the decedent.
Okay, and then that's the clothing he was wearing?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 167. What are we looking at there?
That is the shorts that were removed from the decedent.
And it looks like there's some car keys there, or keys, is that correct?
That is correct. There were keys in the right pocket.
Okay, and you photograph that as it presents to you when you're attending the autopsy?
Yes.
I'm now putting on the overhead states 169. What are we looking at there?
That is the shirt that the decedent was wearing.
And now I'm showing you states 171. Still appears to be the shirt, but there are these yellow kind of markers on it. What are those?
Those are scaled arrows that we will put on an item to mark the potential areas for defects.
And by defects, it's something in the fabric like hole or something like that?
That is correct.
I'm putting on the overhead now. This is probably a better one. States 173. Does that appear to be a closer view of one of those markers and a defect?
Yes.
And so by those markers, you're trying to draw the viewer's attention to where there's something in the clothing that may be noteworthy, right?
That is correct.
You also collected Mr. Gehrman's shoes.
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 175. Do those appear to be the shoes?
They are.
And states 176 appear to be the backs of his shoes?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, after we talked about all of the evidence you impounded at autopsy, and I think you mentioned this, but I just want to double check. At autopsy, you also took a buccal swab of Mr. Gehrman,
Yes, I did.
and I assume that was to collect a DNA sample from him?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I want to move forward in time to September 7th. On that date, were you asked to go to the Summerlin Area Command to take pictures of an individual?
Yes, I was.
And is that person Robert Tellis?
Yes.
You took a series of photos of him at the direction of Detective Gaddis?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 177. Is that one of the photographs you took of Mr. Tellis on September 7th?
Yes.
And when you were documenting his physical condition, do you have him like turn to the right, so you can get different aspects of his body?
Yes, we will take full body shots, the front, both sides, and the back.
Okay. And this is states 178, just another view, but more sideways.
That is correct.
States 179, the back of him,
That is correct.
and states 180. When you were photographing him, was one of the purposes of photographing him to note any potential injuries that he had on his person?
Yes.
Do you recall if there were any injuries to him?
There were a couple of injuries. He had a Band-Aid on the left ring finger, an injury on the left middle finger, an injury on the right ring finger, and a bruise on the right shoulder.
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 182. You said he had a Band-Aid on his left ring finger.
Yes.
Do you see that in the photograph?
Yes, I do.
Can you move that mouse in front of you and just kind of direct the jurors? Did you ask him or did you direct him to remove that Band-Aid?
Yes.
This is states 184. And that's the hand with the Band-Aid removed?
That is correct.
And this is states 186. A little closer view, is that fair?
Yes, with our scale in there.
Okay. Were you also on September the 7th, did you also collect a buccal swab from Mr. Tellis?
Yes, I did.
And I'm not sure if we covered this, but what does a buccal swab look like?
So it's a self-contained kit. Inside the kit has 2 sealed cotton swabs. So you would take those out and swab one side of the cheek with one cotton swab and swab the other side of the cheek with another cotton swab. And then there's a little box that you would put the cotton swabs into. And after you do that, then you would seal up the kit.
So once you got his buccal swab on September the 7th, did you have specific instructions on what to do with it?
I was to respond back to the crime scene investigation section to get those impounded.
Okay, and was there any like sense of urgency or to do it quicker than normal, or you just were driving straight back? You would have done that anyway. Or you tell me.
Yes, I was advised to head back to the CSI section.
Okay, as soon as you got the buccal swab?
Yes.
Okay, and you did that, I assume?
Yes.
And that was, none of the evidence or his buccal swab wasn't compromised from the Summerlin Area Command to where you ultimately impounded it?
No.
Thank you very much. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Manning, you were asked to bring that bag with you to court today, correct?
Correct.
And if you could inform us what's contained within that bag.
So inside this bag is a pair of jeans that I recovered from the defendant.
Okay. You brought that from the evidence vault today?
Yes.
I would ask her to lodge that with the court. Defense Exhibit A, would be great. Thank you. you want to have it open now? Or? We intend addressing that late, I mean, by stipulation, we could, or state's pleasure. Absolutely. Since she's here, we'll take advantage. We could have her open it now, please.
Do you have a bag as well to bag it? Miss Bailey, do you have a bag as well to bag it?
I do not.
Okay. That brown bag will be marked as A1. That's within the bag.
Please, yes.
The jeans one will be A2.
Thank you. You could have the lodge up with the court.
No objection.
Yes, please. We'd move to admit by stipulate, yes. Today we don't.
Okay.
No, thank you very much. Now, you photographed these pants, correct?
Yes, I did.
You were aware that those pants were taken from Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yes,
And they were taken pursuant to a warrant. to
that
your
is correct.
knowledge. Did you process those pants?
No, I did not.
Turning your attention to the photographs shown of you of Mr. Tellis. We'll start with State's Exhibit 177. You took the photograph, correct?
Yes, I did.
You noticed no injuries to his, other than the one near his ring finger, any injuries to his arms, neck, anything like that, his face?
Not in this photo, just
Okay.
the ones on his hands.
And we were shown those just moments ago, correct?
Correct.
Same question, State's Exhibit 178.
That is correct. No injuries.
State's Exhibit 179.
The same.
State's Exhibit 180, same question, no injuries, neck, arms, anything like that.
Correct.
And State's Exhibit 181.
The same.
And in this photograph, his shirt's off, correct?
That is correct.
And you took photographs of his shirt off as well, did you not?
I did.
But you've not been asked any testimony concerning those photographs today, have you?
No, I have not.
Do you recall what photographs, how many photographs you took of his bare torso, front and back? The rest of his body?
I do not.
You took several.
I did
Fair to
take
say?
several, yes.
We could approach the bench, please. Yeah, that's fine. Fair to say there are photographs taken of his body, correct?
That is correct.
That you then made available to the primary detective in this case?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get to those later on then. But you agree with me that you didn't see any scratch marks, any wounds?
Just the bruise on the right shoulder.
Okay, and again, we will have a photograph of that we don't have today, but it was a minor bruise, correct?
Correct.
Unable to say what time that bruise may or may not have occurred, correct?
That is correct.
No, so I'm clear, you were present for the processing of Mr. Gehrman, correct?
Yes.
And yet you were also present during the gathering of evidence for Mr. Tellis.
Yes.
There's a number of people that are in this rotation that you had made reference to that you just happened to appear for, correct? Concerning the investigation of this matter.
Yes, that is correct.
Yet you, being a crime scene investigator, were present in reference to both gentlemen, correct?
Correct.
How many total photographs did you take of Mr. Tellis?
I do not recall.
Do you recall when these photographs were taken?
They were taking, I arrived at 8:25, so after that time.
In reference to the bagging of the hands, I'm sorry, the collection of the fingernails of Mr. Gehrman, approximately what time did that occur?
The bag was cut, the seal was cut at 7:25, and I was done with autopsy at 10:50, so sometime in there. You'd have to look up the metadata on the photograph.
You were not present at Mr. Gehrman's home, correct?
No, I was not.
You're not aware of who was, fair to say?
I know some members of my other squad.
Okay, but you're not able to tell us today, correct?
Was that for the search warrant?
Correct.
Stephanie Smithson was there, my supervisor, Moretta McIntyre, director, Kristen Gramis.
And that was at the execution of the warrant, correct?
That is correct.
Concerning Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yes,
And you'd also testified that once this evidence is put down through the chute, that supervisors have access to the evidence, correct?
correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you. We don't, Ms. Manning, if you can wait on break so we can sign over chain of custody.
Okay. You'll just take it right now. this time we're gonna take a recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or the means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form expressing an opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
Thank you. All right, for next adjourn, please, jurors.
Haley just had to have
seated. Please remain seated and come to order. Court is now back in session.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the jury panel
Yes, Your Honor.
and the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the state may call their next witness.
Thank you. State's going to call Zach Schilling, please. I'm sorry, Zach. Zach Schilling.
Zach Gillen.
Please watch your step. If you'll remain standing, raise your right hand, face clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Zachary Schilling, Zackary, Schilling, Schilling.
May I proceed? Thank you. Sir, do you know someone by the name of Robert Tellis?
I do.
When did you first meet Mr. Tellis?
2020.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Tellis here in the courtroom?
I do.
Why don't you point out where he's sitting, maybe describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's got a blue suit on, sitting right over there, bald head.
Okay, let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. So in what context do you meet the defendant?
2020, I'm a real estate agent, and I started working with Robert shortly after, I believe he was elected to his position, helping to sell probate houses.
Okay, so he was the public administrator when you first met him.
Yes.
Do you have a business partner?
Yes, I do.
What is her name?
His name, Bob McMasters.
Okay, did
And
you have
that's-
another partner that you worked with?
Oh yeah, Kristen Riffle. That's my real partner. Yeah.
Okay, so that was
Well, I guess when you asked me that, that's how I met Bob, through Bob.
okay. But the one that you work with even still today is Kristen, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you would help sell homes through the public administrator, is that right?
That is correct.
Just briefly, what's that kind of concept? So someone passes away and they don't have a will, and then there's a home left behind, is that kind of how
That's
you get
correct.
involved?
And there's typically, there's not a family per se, or the family's distant. That's when the public administration office steps in and helps with the estate.
Okay. So if you were tasked to help the public administrator's office help, I don't know, get a home fixed up or resell it, would you have interactions with Mr. Tellis?
Yes.
Would you see him in person?
Yes.
Describe typically something you might do in person with Mr. Tellis.
Well, typically we would, when the house was assigned, we'd walk through the house and say, this is what needs to be taken care of. This is what we're getting rid of. And then typically after the house was finished and completed, we would meet, look at the house. Rob would give us a thumbs up. We then would go over comps. During that process, we would talk about the value, and typically then the listing agreement would be signed either in person or through DocuSign.
So when you're saying you would do a walkthrough, who would typically be there at a walkthrough?
Typically, it would be myself, Robert Tellis, Roberta, Bob McMasters, and Raul, who was the general contractor, who wasn't a general contractor.
And Roberta, meaning Roberta Kennett?
Yes.
All right. So when you would do a
Well,
walkthrough.
but if I may,
Sure.
if there was another somebody in the same position as Roberta, would
Okay.
be whoever was in charge of the file under Robert would be there.
Understood. But when you say walkthrough, you're literally walking through with Mr. Tellis?
That's correct.
So you get to see him literally walk.
Yes.
How long would a walkthrough typically take?
We could be there a half hour to an hour, or sometimes he could be in and out of there in 10, 15 minutes.
All right. On average, how many times a month would you be doing walkthroughs with Mr. Tellis?
Well, I would say that on average from 2020 to 2022, I'd see Mr. Tallis probably 1 to 3 times a month at least.
Okay, doing things like you've just
Yeah.
described to us.
Yeah, especially during the heat of it, yes.
And the heat of being what?
Heat of when we were really turning houses for him.
Understood.
Mhm.
And you mentioned 2020 to 2022, is that right?
Yes.
So about 3 years, roughly,
Two-
or a
two-
little,
yeah.
a little over 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay. At some point in I want to turn your attention to September, very early September of 2022. Do you become aware of a journalist, Jeff Gehrman, passing away?
Yes.
I don't want to get into the substance of it, but like, how do you learn about it in general?
I saw the how I learned that he died was, a picture on the news. Then shortly after that, I think there was police video or police photos that were released of the suspected person that had done that.
Okay, so bottom line is, at first you see through the news, it's just kind of reporting what happened. It was a
Mhm.
fairly big story. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
Okay, at least locally, it's
Yes.
a big story. And then you mentioned something else. You said that the police released what?
The police released photos of who they suspected perhaps might be the person responsible for.
Do
The
you
death.
remember kind of generally like what the outfit was? What do you remember?
Oh yeah,
about it?
absolutely.
So what do you remember?
It was a sombrero, a flame construction vest, I think long sleeve shirt. The shoes were some Nikes.
Okay.
The Nikes like you find like at Marshalls or Ross.
Okay. So you mentioned those Nikes. So when you see those images first released of the suspect walking around, does that catch your attention?
Yes,
Why?
it does. With the way that, just in the photos itself, and the likeliness of the photos and of Mr. Tellis were really, really close.
Is it just photos, or is there a video that you're seeing this person walk? In the
It was-
videos released by the police, did you
Yeah,
see the videos too?
yes.
So you see this suspect walking. What are you thinking at that point?
That was on a Friday.
Okay.
And I'm like, boy, that really, it's like, boy, that really looks like somebody I know.
Okay, and who's the person you're thinking of?
I was thinking of Mr. Tellis.
Okay, was there anything else aside from the walk that caught your attention when you looked at the videos of that person?
The gait and Mr. Tellis would always wear a certain kind of Nike that was very unique to me.
Okay, so
Maybe
what-
I'm a little bit fashionista, but like the Nikes that you would find like at Marshalls or Ross, where they replaced the leather with like a plastic almost, and the hard plastic. It just they're cheap Nikes you always wore. I don't know.
So when you saw the video, the guys you described in the sombrero and the construction and the orange construction outfit, you thought the shoes reminded you of the shoes that Robert Tellis wore.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, and the gait.
Yeah, and the way that he walked, the way that he carried, the way that it was carried.
So when you see this, do you like share these thoughts with anyone?
Well, with my partner Christy, I'm like, holy crap! Both of us agreed that really looked like Rob Tellis. But to jump to a conclusion like that about somebody, you have to be pretty sure of yourself.
And let me ask you this: did you kind of follow or know about any articles that Mr. Gehrman had written about Mr. Tellis?
Oh yeah, I was very familiar.
I don't want to get into the substance of it, but you were aware of kind of that leading up to this moment.
Yeah, I was very familiar with what was going on.
Okay, so on that Friday, you see that, you talk to Kristen. Do you pick up the phone and call the police at that point?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so I want to flash forward a few days later. Do you see something else in the media that catches your attention?
Yeah, I was on Monday. The Reno Gazette released photos of who, again, they believed was responsible for Mr. Gehrman's death's car.
Okay, car. What is it about the car that caught your attention?
That it was Rob Tellis's car, maroon Tahoe. Denali, whatever older version, silver rims.
Had you ever seen Mr. Tellis drive this maroon?
Absolutely.
vehicle? When? Where?
Well, Robert Tellis and I live close to each other. So,
In what part of town?
I live in Summerlin Center and he lives in Coley Ranch.
Okay. So, I didn't mean to cut you off. Tell us what you were going to say.
Well, in fact is there was one instance where Robert Tellis and I both went and go to the same water store on Sahara and Fort Apache.
Okay.
And we were in the store together, walked out kind of together. He loaded his water into the back of a maroon Denali Tahoe, whatever it is, maroon with silver rims.
Okay.
Which is when the pictures came up from the Reno Gazette. I called Christy and I was like, and there's like just came down my spine. I was like, holy crap. I didn't want to believe it, but the facts are the facts that was Rob Tellis's car.
Okay. So you share that with Christy. What's her kind of reaction to what you're saying?
She's like, you need to call.
Objection, hearsay.
It's may I be heard? I mean, I can approach her. We can approach. So you share your thoughts with Kristen, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have a conversation with her, right?
Mhm.
And after speaking with Kristen, what do you decide to do?
I called Crime Stoppers, and the phone did not. It wouldn't go through. There was a secondary phone call that was suggested. Phone number, I believe it was on the news, and so it would turn into a counter intelligence, whatever terrorist thing, and they were covering those phone calls after the photos were released. And I spoke to someone on the phone for about 15, 20 minutes. And they said, please stay by your phone. The detectives are going to want to talk to you. I didn't hear from the detectives, but the following morning, that's when Robert Tellis's house was raided and he was brought into custody.
Okay. And then a few weeks later, let's say approximately on September 26th of 2022, do you ultimately sit down and do an interview with the police?
Yeah, the detectives come to my office and talk to me.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Schilling, was it just your testimony that you saw this image on the TV on a Friday?
Yes, it was a Friday. It's been a little while, but that's when I saw it first, because I thought it was through the whole weekend that it was like, no, this can't be.
Okay, so it's your testimony then on a Friday you saw this on TV, and that's when you.
The photos of the suspected, yes.
I see. You'd had a business relationship with Mr. Tellis previously, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And you guys had a break, fair to say?
A break?
Yeah, the business relationship ended.
No.
I see. So you were still in business with Mr. Tellis?
That's correct. We just did a couple weeks before, just had finished revamping a house for him, independent of my former partner at the probate department, Bob McMaster.
And is it your testimony then that there had been not an issue concerning the percentages that were being charged to the estate or to the homes, concerning the homes to be sold?
Was there a concern?
Yes.
No. Well, I mean, there at one point, long before this, probably a year and a half before, Robert and I had a disagreement about the commission when he overspent on a house, having it revamped, where I told him the value was much lower, and he believed because of Zello that it was higher, but that's not really relevant to what.
Well, I submit it is. I mean, so he was trying to preserve money to the heirs from the sale of the home, correct?
In that particular case that you're bringing up,
Yes.
he actually went opposite of what my advice was and spent entirely way too much money with Bob McMaster's revamping that house. And my comps were I didn't agree with the comps that they were trying to push the value on. And it turned out that my value was correct. And because of that, and because of what they overspent on revamping that house, he then came to me and said, you need to take a commission break, which I pushed back, but ultimately I did do.
So then there was an issue. He wanted you to lower your commission in order for the heirs to receive more money, correct?
Yes, but after that fact, there was
Sure.
still, we probably did 20 or 30 other houses after that.
So that you guys did have a dispute. He was trying to say, you're getting too much money. I want to preserve that money to the heirs, correct?
In one instance out of about 40 houses, sure.
Okay, now it's 40 houses.
Well, whatever we did, I don't know the exact number of offhand. I think it was probably about 32 houses that I went through the probate department with, but I could be wrong, so don't nail me to the cross on that, but that's about right.
Nail you to the cross. I mean, you're coming in here, you're basically some expert on some gate that you see on TV. You just know it's Robert Tallis, correct? That's your testimony. You reach out and you call Crime Stoppers, correct?
That's correct.
What date did you call Crime Stoppers?
On the Monday,
What's the date? Do you recall?
no, I don't.
You were interviewed on the 28th of September, correct?
That's correct.
Or in the States, it's the 26th.
I'm sorry, it's the 26th, correct?
You have it in front of you.
Yes. And during this interview, you talk about a friend of yours that's on SWAT that raided Mr. Tellis's house, correct?
That is correct.
He told you about the raiding of Mr. Tellis's house, correct?
Yes,
And you were friends, correct?
I grew up with him.
And then you decide that you want to give testimony that hurts Mr. Tellis, correct? You want to talk to the police and say that you, I think it's fair. You're then interviewed by police, correct? And you give testimony or you give a statement that could be easily read as hurtful to Mr. Tellis, correct?
That's your interpretation.
So saying he's the guy that murdered Jeff Tellis, that's not hurtful? My interpretation?
That's a fact.
I see. So you're calling and saying, I see something. I think this is Robert Tellis. That's not hurtful? Or is that hurtful?
It was my,
It's argumentative.
I have no malice against Robert Tellis.
I see. But you had some issues with him concerning your percentage and us being cut, correct?
One has nothing to do with the other.
And you talked to your friend, good friend of yours from high school that was on SWAT, involved in this investigation, correct?
Yes,
And then you give a statement to police concerning Mr. Tellis. Fair enough?
that's fair, but one has nothing to do with the other.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just real briefly. Okay, so
The whole disagreement about evaluating that house, how long before Mr. Garman is killed is that disagreement over how to value the house? How far back in the past is that?
A year and a half.
Okay. After you
if
have,
not, yeah.
just give me a second. Okay, so it's about a year and a half later. After that house issue, whatever house that was, do you continue to do business with the public administrator's office?
Yes,
And just to be clear, do that office have to send the business your way? Is that how that works? Do they reach
no,
out
they
to?
don't have to.
But they select people they want to use to help refurbish the house,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Who is the head of the public administrator's office after the disagreement about the Zillow evaluation? Does
Still Mr. Tellis.
So it was still him. Do you continue to refurbish houses on behalf of the public administrator's office after the Zillow disagreement?
Yes,
For how much longer leading up to Mr. Garman's death?
a year and a half.
Okay. And Rob Tellis remained the public administrator during that 1.5 year period?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Anything else?
Yes, thank you. After this disagreement concerning the percentage on the sale of the home or the homes,
Mhm.
Bob
One home.
and
Just one home.
your partner dropped you as a partner, correct? Bob,
That's,
it goes to his bias mode. Thank you.
no, that's actually not correct. Bob McMasters and I both worked together at Urban Nest. And when I moved to Simply Vegas did not want Bob McMasters as a real estate agent there. And that's why that's why we separated.
Fair
And
to say.
after that fact, I'm going to go ahead and add for you and help
Oh,
you.
please do.
After that fact, I went ahead and put together my own team,
Okay.
and we started doing revamps then.
Okay. And after you putting together your own team and stuff, this happened after you had an issue with Mr. Tellis concerning the percentage, correct? Of the sale.
A year and a half or so later, yes.
And ultimately, you were not involved in the sale of homes in relation to the
Well,
Mr. Tellis's office.
The assignments of homes stopped about the same time as Mr. Gehrman passed away.
I see.
And
that's your recollection.
That's when the assignment of homes stopped.
All right. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, it looks like we have a question. If you just stay here for just a moment,
No problem.
we have a question from a juror. Can the attorneys approach? We have a note from a juror, it's been marked as court's exhibit number 8. Did he talk to his friend before or after he was interviewed by the detective?
When you say my friend, do you mean my police officer friend? Or who do you mean friend?
Only permitted to ask the question as it is written. Does the state have any further?
Sure. So, yeah, I'll do a follow-up. So, sir,
do you talk, you mentioned you had a conversation at some point with a fellow SWAT officer that you knew, is that right?
Is that a yes?
Yes.
The conversations you had with the SWAT officer, was that before you called Crime Stoppers or after you called?
Much after.
Okay. And I know there was the question posed, a friend. Did you have a conversation with Kristen before you called Crime Stoppers or after?
Before.
Okay.
All the way through the whole weekend.
Okay, so your conversation with Kristen is before you call Crime Stoppers.
Mhm.
You call Crime Stoppers,
Mhm.
and then at the end of the month, at the end of September, September 26th, that's when you have an interview with the police.
Mhm.
But somewhere in between, is that a yes?
Yes, that is. I'm sorry.
And somewhere in between, I don't know, the week after Mr. Derman passes away in September 26th, you have some sort of conversation with someone from SWAT. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, so it's Kristen conversation, Crime Stoppers, somewhere in the span of 2 to 3 weeks, talking to a SWAT guy, and at the end of the month, you were talking with Metro and giving us just an interview about your observations.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Vasquez?
Yes, but and obviously we have to rely upon your recollection of order of things, but what we do have clear, you'll agree with me, is that you spoke with your friend with SWAT before you were interviewed by detectives on September 26th, correct?
Yes.
And you had to think about that for a minute, but you reviewed that
No, no,
transcript of your interview before
yeah.
testifying today, didn't you?
Yes,
Yes. So you'll agree with me that this idea that you spoke to your friend with SWAT, you did that before you then were interviewed by detectives. Fair to say?
yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything else?
Well, nothing to say.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused from your subpoena. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
being here. And the state may call their next witness.
Kristen Riffle.
And please watch your step. And if you step up to the witness stand, remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk, please.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name's Kristen Riffle, KRISTEN RIFFLE.
And Ms. Riffle, what kind of business are you in?
I'm in real estate.
And who do you work with?
I work with Zach Schilling at Simply Vegas.
Okay. And are you and Zach in a personal relationship as well?
We used to be, not right now.
Okay. But there was a time when you were. Okay. In your work over the years in real estate, did you ever meet someone by the name of Robert Tellis?
Yes, I did.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Could you point to him and describe maybe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yeah, he's wearing a blue suit right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect identification of the defendant? How was it that you came to meet Mr. Tellis?
I met him through Zach. We worked at Urban Nest, and we started working with Bob McMaster, who was the trustee, and he came to us to start working on the probate, and that's how we met Bob.
Okay, and so it's in the context of Mr. Tellis was working as the public administrator and you and Zach were doing work on homes
Correct.
to later be resold.
Correct.
Do you recall about what year that was?
2020.
2020?
It was when the market was really hot.
Okay. And how many times do you think, or how many instances of working on homes took place? Like maybe how many houses did you work on?
Gosh, we did a lot. I didn't keep track, but there was a lot of homes. I mean, I'm guessing, and I don't like to guess in court because I.
Well, would it be over 20?
Yes,
Do you think it'd be over 30?
possibly,
Okay.
possibly.
So several. at
Several,
least.
quite a few, yeah.
Okay. When you were working on the homes, did you ever meet with Mr. Tellis out at those homes?
Yes.
And in those instances, what was the purpose of Mr. Tellis coming out there?
So yeah, he was very proactive, and we would meet at the home to assess what needs to be done to the home, whether it needs to be, fixed up, redone, all of those sort of things, assess with the contractors. And then we would also meet, once it was done, we would meet, he would walk through, we would assess the value and sign the paperwork.
Okay, so you would have done that 20 to 30 times?
Yeah, many times.
Okay, and those would include a walkthrough where you're literally walking through the house?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to September of 2022, early September. Around that time period, did you become aware that journalist Jeff Garriman had been murdered?
Yes, I have.
Do you recall if you ever saw images released by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department associated with that murder?
Yes.
And do you remember what they were, if they were still photos or videos?
Videos.
videos.
Yeah.
And when you saw the videos, did they remind you of anybody?
You know, yes, me and Zach, because we had followed all the stories that Jeff had written.
Sure.
So it was kind of like, oh my gosh, can you imagine if it was Rob that did that? And we kind of said it in jest, not really actually thinking he did it.
Sure.
And then we watched the video and we were like, you know, it raised an eyebrow, but it was nothing that I would say, oh, you need to call the police on, because, you know, that's
Not wanting to believe it.
yeah, well, not, it's not even not wanting to believe it. You just don't want to assume somebody did that
Sure.
and not be 100% sure.
Okay. Did there come a point in time when you and Zach, and I don't want to know what he said, but where you had a conversation about calling the police?
Yes, we did when he called me and he said, when they released a photograph of the car, he said, that's Rob's car. I've seen him in it at the water store. And I was like, okay. So that's when, you know, he said, what should I do? What do we do? And I was like, well, if that's his car, you should consider calling somebody.
Okay. And is it your understanding that at that point he called the police?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point beyond that, do you recall being interviewed or being present during an interview with detectives?
Yes, they came to our office.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Riffle.
Mhm.
So Jeff Gehrman dies and you and Mr. Schilling are talking about Mr. Tellis in jest. That was your testimony, correct?
Yes.
And then sometime later, there's a recognition of a car that's driven at times by Mr. Tellis, correct?
Correct.
And is that when this realization that maybe Mr. Tellis is somehow involved occurred for you?
Pardon me?
I said, is that when this realization that maybe Mr. Tellis is somehow involved? Is that when this
Well,
came to you?
it was a consideration when we saw the video,
Okay.
and then
the video of what?
of him walking
I
and
see.
the height, the shoes.
The shoes now. Okay.
Yes.
But you had testified concerning this realization came to you when you saw the vehicle.
But the vehicle was the moment when we said, okay, that's confirmation enough. The video before was not confirmation enough to make a phone call.
So the
the
video of
picture-
him walking was not confirmation.
No,
enough.
because I don't see his face.
I see.
So if I saw his face, then I could confirm that it was him. The car was the confirmation.
What type of car was that?
It was a maroon, very large suburban Denali type.
Okay. Obviously, you've been following this matter in the paper prior to your testimony today.
Correct.
Both you and Mr. Schilling, you've been following this case, haven't you?
We followed the case. I mean, I haven't really been paying it that much attention to it recently. But we followed the case when it was happening. Yeah.
Okay, well, it's still happening. You're aware of that.
Well, I'm aware it's still happening, but I haven't been paying that much attention to it recently. If I'm being honest.
Well, please.
Yeah.
You received a subpoena to come and testify, correct?
Correct.
And you received that subpoena when?
A week ago? Was it a week ago? It was a week ago.
I don't know, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't, it was a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago.
And you just haven't really been paying attention
I've
with
been
this?
very busy, if we're being honest,
Oh, let's please, yes.
which is a good thing.
You know that the trial of Mr. Tellers was coming up, correct?
No, I didn't.
I see. And you didn't know when you got the subpoena that it was coming
Well, I
up?
mean, I knew there was a subpoena coming. I didn't think I was even going to have to show up, to be honest with you. So I didn't think my testimony was going to be that important to it. So I was not taking it super seriously.
In reference to these walkthroughs of these homes, Mr. Tellis was not present for most of those walkthroughs, fair to say?
Mr. Tellis wasn't present for our walkthroughs?
Correct.
No, he was present for our walkthroughs.
I see. That many times? You agree with me, you only came into contact with this gentleman, what, twice, maybe?
No, many times. We've seen each other many times, and he was always lovely with me.
He was always lovely with you.
Yeah.
He didn't have that good of a relationship with Mr. Schilling, did he?
There were times when they butt heads on price,
Correct.
but that's normal in our business.
In fact, Mr. Schilling would refer to Mr. Tellis as an asshole, correct?
No. Who said he's called him an asshole?
Just to be clear, though, while this thing was unfolding with Mr. Tellis, concerning Mr. Gehrman, you and Mr. Schilling were jesting about Mr. Tellis's involvement, correct?
We were assuming.
She said jesting, correct? You were joking about it.
Well, we were like, can you imagine if reading the stories that were out? Can you imagine if that was him? And then we're watching the video, and yeah. So
these stories that came out, they came out before
the murder.
Video, but they came out before the murder. Okay.
The story, we read all the stories with Roberta. We were very much in it because we worked with them. And yeah.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, Ms. Riffle, you said it was the sort of the gait and the size of the person that looked familiar to you?
Yeah, it was this. Yeah, it was this.
And by size, do you mean like kind of
Height.
build?
Height and build, yes.
Okay. And so the sort of the frame of the whole
Right.
body?
Right.
And then the way the person was walking?
Right.
Okay. And was there an article of clothing that you were, that drew your attention to?
Because Zach is so, he has a tendency to notice everything. Like he noticed things on my outfit today. Like he, saw a string and he's like, we got to cut the string. He's very observant with everything. So he always recognized the shoes. No, but he's brought up the shoes to
Okay,
me.
hold
in the
on one sec.
past.
Let the judge decide.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
Okay, so my question is, not what Zach said, but was there a particular article of clothing that you guys were focused on?
The shoes.
Okay, thank you.
I have no questions.
Okay. Any other question? From the jurors and marked as court's exhibit number 9. Did she realize it was Tellis's vehicle, or Zachary told her that was Tellis's vehicle?
Zach told me it was his vehicle.
Any follow-up from the state? Mr. Draskovich?
No, I don't think I was made. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are
Thank you.
excused from your subpoena.
Thank you.
The state may call their next witness.
We're going to call Detective Edgar May. Please remain standing. Basic clerk, raise your right hand.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My first name is Edgar, spelled Edgar, and my last name is Nahum, spelled Nahum, as in Mary.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
All right. How long have you worked for Metro?
About 8.5 years right now, sir.
All right. And what is the division that you're currently assigned to?
Currently, I'm assigned to the homicide section.
How long have you been in homicide?
Approximately a year and a half now.
Okay. And before that, what unit were you a part of?
I was part of the gang investigation section.
Okay. Now I want to turn your attention to the investigation regarding the killing of Jeff Gehrman. Were you part of a squad that was investigating that unit or that case, that event?
I wasn't part of the squad. I was doing what's called like a TDY or a temporary assignment, more of a ride along with the homicide section. So I was allowed to go to homicide investigations and assist with homicide investigations.
Did that have something to do with the timing of when you were joining homicide? Is that why you were doing that ride along?
Yes, that's correct. I was in the process of testing to be a homicide detective. And so I was allowed the opportunity to ride with them and assist with their investigations, being that I was already a detective in a unit that handled violent crime.
Okay. Did you assist those detectives in performing a search warrant on the home of Robert Tellis?
I did, yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about how like a search is divvied up. How do you guys kind of game plan that?
So the way that it usually works, and every section has a little bit of a different way to do it, but this particular squad was a senior tenured like squad of detectives. So while the lead detectives were obtaining their search warrants, the rest of us kind of gathered up, and usually once the search warrant is obtained by the lead detectives, we're told like, okay, we're ready to go. And then we'll kind of gauge the house or whatever is the premise that we're searching and divvy up the room. So, for me, being the fact that I was a ride along, I was paired with a senior detective who was currently already in homicide, and I was assigned an area of responsibility to search within the house.
Okay. And before you go and enter the house, do you have some kind of understanding of some of the evidence that's been collected in this case, or information that you have at your disposal, so you maybe know what to look for when you go into, let's say, a residence, as in this case?
Yes, correct. Usually, we'll be briefed as to like what the items are that we are seeking, or the items sought, as they're called, as part of the evidence of the search warrants.
Okay. Had you reviewed any of video surveillance that had been collected from the neighborhood in which Mr. Gehrman was killed?
Yes.
Did that include video of a suspect in a certain outfit?
Yes, it did.
What was that? What do you remember about that outfit? What jumped out to you?
So there was a couple of items of evidentiary value that we were searching for or seeking, which was going to be the focus of our searches. So the thing that stood out to me was like a gardener style hat, like a large straw hat. There was like orange, like a shirt, which would be like something along the lines of what a construction worker would wear. And there were some gray tennis shoes with black accents. Those are the items that had characteristics enough that we like want to look for them, or we're specifically seeking them.
Okay. So you're going to this house. Who did you partner up with anyone?
I did, yes.
Who was that?
That was Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
Okay. And what portion of the house did you work on?
I was initially assigned to the search of the downstairs living room.
Okay. Showing the opposing counsel what's been marked as, well, it looks like stage 217, 18, 19. I think this is 217 through 235. Not all of them have been admitted, but is there any objection to their admission? Objection. All right.
235 are being offered at this time,
That's correct.
and there's no objection, they're admitted.
May I approach?
You may.
All right, sir, I want you to take a look at 217 through stage 235. Just take a minute, look through those, and let me know when if you recognize what you're looking at there. recognize what you're looking at there?
I do, sir.
Okay, what are these?
Those are still photographs of of Mr. Tea's residence.
On the day that you performed the search?
Correct, yes.
All right. I know with crime scenes, if you have like an active crime scene, scenes are kind of like taped off and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How about if you're just effectuating a search warrant? Is there a lot of sealing off of scenes with crime tape or anything like that?
I mean, it just depends on the circumstances, right? Like geographically where the scene is. If it can be contained, as in this case it was, like within a residence, it'd probably be more so just to, like manage the flow of people in and out of the crime scene. So
Okay.
it just depends is the answer.
Okay. So in this instance, did you tape around Mr. Tellis's house with crime scene?
If my memory serves correctly, patrol had already done the majority of the crime scene preservation stuff and tape prior to our arrival.
Okay, so do you remember, let me ask you this, who is allowed to come in and out of Mr. Tellis's residence during the performance of the search warrant?
Usually it would be the detectives that are assigned to the case. In this case, homicide, usually, at least in my experience, it was the units affecting the search warrant.
If any Metro officer was interested in just kind of walking in and seeing what's going on, are they allowed to do that?
We would highly discourage it because of what we're actually doing right now.
In this instance, did you allow other members that are not part of this search team to come into the house when you were performing this search?
The way that I remember it, it was the homicide section that was there, as well as the crime scene analyst. Could there have been other people there? Absolutely, but not to my recollection. Not anybody that I recall.
Okay, do you recall Detective Derek Jaffe participating in the search of the house?
I know Detective Derek Jaffe's name. I've never met him before, nor have I ever seen him.
Okay, so you're not exactly sure. Okay, do you remember seeing kind of a tall redhead waltzing through?
No.
Okay. Let me ask you this, and this may seem like a silly question, but do you allow regular citizens to just come in to a home that you're searching when you're performing a search warrant?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, why not?
Well, at that point, we have to treat it as if though it's an extension of the crime scene, right? Due to the fact that we're effecting a search warrant, it's evidence that could be located in there. So to preserve any potential evidence that would be inside of the residence, we don't allow members of the public into where we are searching.
So how about real estate agents? Do you let them come in when you're doing search warrants?
Absolutely not.
How about anyone from Compass Realty? Do you let anyone from Compass Realty come in during your search of Mr. Tellis's house?
No, sir. Nobody but law enforcement, to my knowledge, was allowed into the residence.
Okay. Publishing 217. What are we looking at here?
This is the front of Mr. Tea's residence the day of the search warrant.
All right. Publishing 218. Is this just a little bit of a closer view?
It is, yes.
Publishing 219. What are we looking at?
This is the residence's front door.
Publishing 220. What do we see here?
This would be like a view towards what I guess would be the west, facing from the living room towards the kitchen, and where the archway is would be like the rest of the residence where you first enter, as well as I believe the stairs to go upstairs.
One other question before we kind of finish with the photos. Was Mr. Tellis's wife present in the home when you performed your search?
They were allowed to remain in their home for the sake of comfort, not wanting to, leave her and her children outside or anywhere where they wouldn't be as comfortable. We were trying to award them a little bit of respect in that sense.
Okay. So this is kind of standing in the family room sitting area. Would that be correct? Looking towards the kitchen?
That's how I would describe it, yes.
All right. Publishing 221. What vantage point are we looking at here?
So this would be just as if though you flipped and looked to the right. So as you entered the residence, I guess it would be walking north, and then all the way at the right corner, which would be like the northeast living room, as the way that I would describe it. They had an L-shaped couch.
All right. Publishing 222. What perspective are we looking at now?
Same perspective as before, just maybe a little bit further to the north and looking towards the east.
Was this the room that you were assigned to?
Yes, it was.
Who was helping you search this particular room?
Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
I want to ask you about that couch.
Does that couch have any sort of special features, or is it just a normal sitting couch?
The far corner next to where the dog kennel is, which would be, if I'm looking at the photo to the right, reclined.
Okay. So when you're performing, if you see what appears to be a reclining couch, do you kind of extend it out to see what potentially might be under it?
Yes,
Did you do that in this case?
I did.
Publishing Exhibit 223. What do we see here?
So once the recliner had been extended, shone my light in it actually from the rear of the couch, and I saw what appeared to be like a Ziploc bag containing like fabric or plastic, some sort of like just shredded up material. And then to the right of that was a shoe.
Did the shoe catch your attention?
It did, yes.
Why?
It appeared to be the shoe that was shown to us previously in the video and in the still photos that we had of the suspect.
I'm going to zoom in. And if you look, detective, to your right, there is a mouse. Can you use that mouse and identify where you see the shoe?
So the shoe would be right here. And then what initially caught my eye was the Ziploc bag, which was right back here. And then when I moved to the front of the couch, after Detective Lawrence Gilbert alerted me that we may have some evidence, I came to the front and I observed the portion of what appeared to be like a cut up shoe.
Detective, were you able to see those shoes or those items when the couch was in its normal kind of non-reclined position?
No.
Okay, so it was, when you walked in, was it hidden from view?
Yes, unless you were to extend the recliner out, you wouldn't have been able to see those items.
Publishing 221. Is this more of a floor level view of this portion of the couch?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 225. Is that kind of coming a little bit closer in?
Yes, it is.
Let me. Do you see the shoe?
I do, yes.
Why don't you circle it and identify it for us? Okay, let the record reflect the witness has circled a gray Nike to the left of the picture. Let's slide it to the middle here. Where is the bag?
The mouse is kind of already on it, but it's this item right here.
Okay, let the record reflect the witness is circling what appears to be at least a blue lined Ziploc bag. Where is this other portion of the shoe that you're discussing?
It would have been right here.
Okay, let the record reflect that they're looking at another gray object with some white or black trim also to the right of the Ziploc bag. Publishing 226. Is this just another close-up view of this shoe?
Yes, it is.
Was this shoe intact? Like was it cut up, or was this shoe kind of intact?
That shoe was, at least from when I saw it from the back and then from the front, without approaching it too much, it looked to be a whole shoe, as opposed to the other one, which was obviously cut up.
Okay, publishing 227. Is that another close-up or an isolation of the intact shoe?
Yes.
Publishing 228. Is this another side profile of that shoe?
Yes.
Can you pull photos over here? They're over there.
Oh, the balancing? Published exhibit 311. So this, before we get to 311, so this is the shoe that struck you as being familiar, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 311. Is this a still from some of the video that you reviewed before performing the search warrant?
Yes, it is.
Oops. Oh, there's the lag. And that's what caught your attention?
Yes.
Putting 228 and 311 essentially side by side. This caught your attention?
Yes, it did.
Okay. I want to publish 229. What are we looking at here?
This is a close-up photo of the partial shoe that was located next to the Ziploc bag.
Detective, when you look at this, has the insole been removed?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay, is that usually the part of your shoe that you sweat into?
Correct.
Publishing 230. Is this another profile of that cut-up shoe?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 231, is that another image from a different angle?
Yes.
Publishing 232, is this just another top view or dorsal view of the shoe?
Correct.
I learned something new today.
I actually don't know what dorsal means, so
That's it.
you
Means
educated me,
top.
sir.
Means top. Publishing 235. What are we looking at here?
So this is a close-up photo of the Ziploc bag that I located with what appeared to be just like shredded bits of fabric.
Okay. Publishing 233, are these some examples of some of the items inside that bag?
Yes, they are.
Publishing 234. What are we looking at here?
Just some more bits and pieces of plastic and fabric that were located inside of the Ziploc bag.
When you identified the bag, the cut-up shoe, the intact shoe, what do you do at that point? When you see it, what's the next step in terms of securing it and getting it impounded?
So we work hand in hand with our crime scene section. So usually the way that it works is once you find an item of evidentiary value, there's a lot more detectives usually than there are crime scene analysts. So we'll call out to the person who is documenting the evidence of the crime scene, right? Which in this case was crime scene analyst Smisson. So I called out for her and told her that we had located something in the living room under the couch, and then she came and pulled it from where it was and then proceeded to document it as shown in the photos.
Let me ask you this, and I didn't ask you this before. Are you guys wearing anything protective-wise to preserve the integrity of the scene?
Yes.
What are you wearing?
This is not even just for the preservation of the scene, which obviously it's just another layer of protection to preserve DNA evidence, but we will always wear gloves, also just for sanitary purposes, because a lot of times where we're searching, there are items which not necessarily clean or could be potentially dangerous, but also in instances where we're searching for items where we might want to seek DNA, we'll wear mask coverings over our mouth and nose.
So you're wearing facial coverings, gloves. So you see this, you alert CSA Smisson, and then what does she do at that point as far as you recall?
So she comes to the front of it, to where the area where the shoe was located. She documents it in place by taking photographs of it as it was located. And then I think I helped her by lifting up the couch on the backside, because one of the items are kind of wedged in there a little further deep. And then she pulled them out and proceeded to document.
Okay, so then they're documented, and then I take it, are they bagged up at that point?
Well, she collects all the evidence as is part of their procedure. She usually, after she's done with her photographs, she'll bag it up, and then they take it away to the crime scene lab to conduct whatever analysis or just impound, whichever is applicable.
As far as you remember, did anybody else handle those shoes other than kind of when you observed it between Smisson kind of impounding it? Did you let anyone else kind of manipulate that evidence?
No.
Court's indulgence. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. It's Detective Nahum.
Nahum? I know it's a point of contention in this trial, sir. There's a lot of pronunciations of it. Nahum is the correct way.
Nahum?
Correct.
Just want to make sure I have the spelling right.
I appreciate that.
You and I have never spoken.
Correct.
Haven't contacted you concerning any reports that you may have generated in reference to this case.
You have not, sir, no.
There is an officer's report that was generated in reference to this homicide investigation, correct?
I would assume so. That it was Detective Gaddis's case, I would assume it's Detective Gaddis's officer's report.
Okay. It's common. What happens, these reports are prepared in preparation for perhaps trials such as this one concerning homicide investigations and prosecutions. Fair to say?
Absolutely.
These reports are important.
Absolutely.
They're generally made in time and obviously advised to assure their accuracy.
Sure.
I mean, obviously, this is relied upon by the courts, by the state prosecutors, defense in these cases. Fair to say?
Absolutely. They're very important reports.
And in this case, did you review, and I'll tell you, it's a 70-page report that is authored. It appears by Detective Gaddis. Did you review this report in preparation for your testimony today or any time during your involvement in this case?
I have not, sir. No.
If I told you that this report basically is a summation of the entire investigation, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
No.
And
Without
this-
knowing any of the contents, of course, but that's a fair representation of the majority of our reports, if not all of our reports. It's just a summary of our actions as detectives to best document our actions and the investigation.
This report, and I'll just tell you, and state has a report. I mean, obviously, I'm not misleading you. This report lays out basically the entry of Mr. Tellis's home, the search of Mr. Tellis's home on September 7th, 2022. Okay. Happened in the morning, correct?
Yeah, sometime it was during regular working hours. I remember being there in the morning till the afternoon.
He had taken a stepson to school, correct? 9:12 in the morning. right
I
around
wasn't part of the apprehension or any of the sort of predecessing stuff that happened before. I was just told once Mr. Tejas was taken into custody that we'd be assisting this homicide squad with the service of search warrant.
Okay. And that was later in the day of the 7th, correct?
Like I said, it was sometime in the morning to the afternoon of that day. It was daylight.
Now, in this report, it lays out the persons at the scene of the search of Mr. Tellis's residence. Fair to say?
Sure.
Has a list of people that were present, and I wanted to make sure I got the spelling of your name correct. Your name does not appear in this report.
Mhm.
Your name does not appear as the person that had discovered this tennis shoe that we've seen photographs of, or the pieces, the bags, things like that. Do you have any reason to disagree with me when I tell you it's not there?
Having not seen the report, sir, I have no reason to disagree with you.
If I told you that there is approximately 1,050 pages that have been produced as discovery from the district attorney's office, your name does not appear in those 1,050 pages. And I'm telling you, would you have any reason to disagree, or would you know I'm telling you the truth?
I have no reason to not believe you, sir. I was just wondering if the question was coming afterwards.
And great, your name's not here, but you're giving us testimony today that you found these cut up pieces of shoe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that you found this shoe underneath the couch in the living room to tell us home, correct?
I did, yes.
What time do you say that you arrived at the Tellis home?
I couldn't give you a specific time, sir. Memory serves. What I recall is it was during working hours.
Okay.
The homicide section works between 7 to 5 p.m., 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. So it was within our working hours, and it was sometime in the afternoon, and we were there till in the morning to the afternoon.
Okay, and you don't recall when you left, fair to say?
Yeah, not the exact time, no.
You didn't write any reports or generate any reports concerning what you say that you found in the Telus home. Fair to say?
That's correct. I did not generate any reports.
And you were asked by Mr. Hamner if you had seen any civilians, members of Compass Realty at the home during the course of your investigation, during the search that you say that you were at, correct?
Yes,
But you weren't there prior to the service of this search warrant, correct? The 6th, the 5th?
previous days.
Yes.
No, I had never responded to the Tejas residence before my part of the service of the search warrant.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, so, detective, you were asked on cross-examination about Detective Gaddis's officer's report. Do you remember being asked a series of questions about that?
I do, yes.
Okay, what's your first name?
Edgar?
Okay, so that begins with an E.
That's correct.
And what's your last name?
Nahum?
Okay, how do you spell it?
It's N as in Nancy, A-H-U-M as in Mary.
Okay, M as in Mary. What's your P number?
My P number is 15484.
Okay. On direct examination, I asked you a question. Did you process or search that living room alone, or did you do it with someone?
You did ask, and I believe that I answered. I did it with Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
Okay. Referring to pages 40 and 41, counsel. You were also asked a question about when you did this. You had indicated the morning. Is that correct?
Sometime between the morning and into the afternoon. We were there for several hours.
Would it help refresh your recollection as to the time if you had a chance to review Detective Gaddis's officer's report, specifically the area about executing the warrant at that location?
I've never seen Detective Gaddis's
But
police
would it help
report.
refresh your memory as to time you had a chance to take a glance at it?
Absolutely.
Referring to page 40 and 41, counsel. I'd like you to take a look at this paragraph right here. And let me know if that refreshes your memory as to time.
Okay.
I'd like you to take a look, and there's a list of persons present. I want you to look at number 8 for the record, number 8, counsel. Take a look here, read it silently to yourself. Okay, and I want to turn to page 41, first paragraph, counsel. Take a look at this paragraph here, and just review that, and let me know if that refreshes your memory to a certain extent. Okay, if you read this paragraph right here. Okay, all right. So now that you've had a chance to refresh your memory with Detective Gaddis, there was a question that was posed about, would it surprise you if you were never referenced? Do you see a possible reference to your name?
I do, yes.
Okay, where is it listed?
As part of the persons present during the search of the execution of the search warrant at Mr. Tejas' home.
Okay, so when they list the officers, do they list out the first initial of their name?
Yes, they do.
Okay, what is the name and what is the first initial listed for you?
E as in Edward or Edgar, which is my actual name.
In the officer's report, how is your last name spelled?
It's misspelled. It's spelled Nahun at the end as opposed to
Instead
N.
of M. I have that issue with Hamner. It gets people messed up all the time. But anyways, is your P number denoted correctly?
My P number is denoted correctly.
Okay. And then in the officer's report, who is denoted as the person who locates the shoe in the living room?
The person that I was assisting with the search, Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
If you could, please explain to the jury whether or not Detective Gilbert is currently an active member of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
No, tragically, he's retired, and I miss him every day.
Okay. So how long has he been retired for?
Just a couple of months.
Okay. So he's retired and you're active, correct?
That's correct.
But you participated in this search.
I did, yes.
Okay. And you were with him, and the two of you worked as a team to locate that shoe.
Yes, we did.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, so your name was misspelled in the report on the one page.
My last name seems to keep a recurrent theme in this trial, sir.
Okay, but it was Detective Gilbert that had initially found the shoe underneath the couch.
We were both searching the same area. Like I said, I was behind the couch. He was in front of the couch. I shone my light on it from the back. My attention was drawn to the Ziploc bag. And then when I looked to the right, saw the shoe. At that point, Detective Gilbert, I assume, also saw the shoe because he told me, hold on one
Well,
second.
We can't get into, obviously, you were present.
That's correct, sir.
That's your testimony. Were you wearing body cam or was this in any way memorialized?
We as detectives, sir, do not wear body cams. We are not required to as part of our policies or procedures.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else?
Just
looks
real
like-
briefly, as to the question of memorialized through body cam. There's other ways to memorialize a search, correct?
Yes, there is.
There are photographs, correct?
Photographs as well as a scribe, sir.
Right? There are reports that are written, correct?
Yes, correct.
Evidence can be physically impounded, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In this case, was the shoes and the cut-up shoes and the baggy shoes and the half shoes, were those things impounded as evidence?
Yes, they were.
Were they photographed and documented via photography?
Yes, that's correct.
And was it memorialized in the officer's report?
Yes, yes, it was.
Additionally, crime scene analysts prepare reports as well.
Yes, they do.
I know you haven't read it, but isn't their responsibility to memorialize the things that are ultimately located and impounded?
Yes, that's another part of the process for us is that they generate their reports, and then obviously as supporting people in our investigations, our reports are very, I don't want to say redundant, but a lot of the same information is located on both of them.
Thank you so much. No further questions.
Thank you, sir.
There's no questions. Thank you.
Looks like we have some questions from the jurors. Questions from the jurors. Court's exhibit number 10. Do you recall who was the one that would climb the chair to check underneath? Was it you or Detective Gilbert?
Remember, search correctly, it was me.
Court's exhibit number 11. While the team was searching the home, was the cameras on from the home and was the videos reviewed after the search?
Hard to say. I don't know.
And we marked this court's exhibit number 11. Is there any follow-up from the state,
No, Your Honor.
from the defense?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You are excused with your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here. And
Thank you,
the state may call their next witness.
Detective Milligan?
Please remain standing, raise your right hand, face the floor.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is James Milligan. That's James. Milligan is Milligan.
May proceed. Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long have you been a homicide detective?
A little over 2.5 years,
And how long have you worked for Metro in total?
just about 18 years.
Okay. Were you working as a homicide detective on September the 7th of 2022?
I was.
And were you part of a team that was responsible for doing a search warrant at a residence on Spanish Steps?
I was.
And that's 9624 Spanish Steps.
That's correct.
Do you recall if other homicide detectives were involved in that search warrant as well?
Yes, there were.
prior to doing the search warrant, is there any kind of briefing that occurs amongst the team of detectives that's going to do the search?
Yes, there is.
And who does the briefing?
Really, anybody can do the briefing.
Okay,
I can't recall exactly who it was during this
sure.
particular incident.
Do you get some sort of briefing that helps you know what you're looking for?
Yes,
Okay, and that was done in this case?
yes, it was.
Okay, when you get to the residence, do you have to wait till a search warrant is actually signed by a judge in order to enter the residence?
That's correct.
You weren't the person that drafted the warrant, correct?
I was not.
But at some point you were told there was judicial approval to enter the residence.
That's correct.
And then after that, I assume the detectives go in the residence?
Yes.
Do you take sort of an overview before people start going through things?
Yes, we do.
Is there any attempt to document how the residence appears before any searching occurs?
Yes, there is.
How does that take place?
The crime scene analyst will go into the residence and take overall photographs prior to any searching taking place.
Okay, so we know how it looks initially, and then then the search proceeds.
Yes.
Amongst the detectives, how do you decide who's going to search where?
We look at the layout inside the house, how big the house is, how cluttered it might be, or maybe not. And then how many people do we have to actually help do the searching? And then we divvy up assignments from there.
Okay. And do you know a detective Nahum?
I do.
He's the gentleman that just left the courtroom.
Yes.
Do you recall him working on this search warrant with Detective Gilbert?
Yes.
Detective Gilbert is now retired?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Did you have a particular duty with respect to this search warrant that other homicide detectives didn't have?
Yes, I was, excuse me, designated as the scribe for the service of the search warrant.
What does it mean to be the scribe?
The scribe takes inventory of any evidence that was collected, who it was collected by, where it was found, and will complete the search warrant return, which is essentially a handwritten inventory of items that were seized.
Okay, and that's just making sure everything's documented in writing as well as the photographs taken by the crime scene analyst.
That's correct.
And then the crime scene analyst actually does a report as well.
Correct.
Besides the homicide detectives and the crime scene analyst, were there any people in the house that were present during the search warrant?
There was a detective with the Digital Investigations Bureau.
Okay.
And other than that, upon initial arrival, there were family members inside the residence.
What happened with the family members? Where did they go while you guys were searching?
Once we clear one room to make sure that there's no evidence that we're looking for or any type of weapons or anything, then typically they'd be allowed to sit in that one space with supervision from law enforcement.
Okay, so there's an officer with them, but they can kind of see and hear what's going on inside the residence as well?
Correct.
While the warrant is being executed or while you're searching?
Correct.
And that there were family members of Mr. Tellis at least present in a room while the search warrant was going on.
Correct.
Now, when you go and do a search warrant, do you wear any type of protective equipment so you don't transfer anything external onto potential evidence?
Yes, normally latex gloves are worn.
Okay. Now, with regard to this search warrant, do you recall what area of the residence you searched?
Primarily the downstairs, to include the living room, kitchen, and garage.
Okay, so you're kind of going in many areas, is that fair?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Sir, I'm going to show you a series of photographs. This is State's Proposed 236 to 246.
Okay.
Could you look through those and just let me know when you're done, please?
Sure.
Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
And what are they of?
Those are photographs taken from inside of Mr. Tase's garage,
Okay,
particularly a shelving unit along one of the walls, which had a gray plastic storage bin, which contained a gray and black duffel bag.
and was that one of the areas that you participated in searching?
Yes, it was.
And actually, you were the scribe, so you probably kept track of where a lot of things were found in that warrant.
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead, oh, sorry, I moved to admit 236 to 246, Your Honor.
No objection.
And now may I publish? Thank you. I'm going to put on the overhead states 236. Is that just an overview of the garage area?
Yes, it is.
This is states 237. Can you orient us a little bit? And is that just one side of the garage?
I believe it's the west side of the garage.
Okay. And now I'm putting on the overhead states 238. Do you recognize that part of the garage?
I do.
And where you ultimately end up finding the bag that you were describing, are you able to grab that mouse in front of you and just kind of circle it for the jurors?
Yes, right here in this plastic bin.
Okay. I'm putting on the overhead now, states 240. Is that a closer view of that bag?
Yes, it is.
And so when you found that, would you have called the crime scene analyst over to photograph it?
Yes.
And this is states 242. Removal of the bag
Yes.
from the tub.
Yes.
States 243. What are we looking at in that photograph?
It looks like the outside of the bag,
And states 244.
the opposite side of the bag.
Okay. And was that bag, to your knowledge, impounded by the crime scene analyst?
Yes, it was.
And I just want to put that bag, just for the record, we'll have states 244 in view. And then I'm also going to put on the overhead states 311. Is looking at 311, which is on the right-hand side, the bag was of significance based on that photograph. Is that fair?
Yes.
During the service of the search warrant, besides the family members that you mentioned and Metro personnel, were any like strangers or people that weren't Metro or family members allowed to be in the house at the time of the search?
Absolutely not.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So if I understand your testimony, this bag in question, which I'll back up a little bit more, was found here in this box, this storage container.
Correct.
And this was in a garage area.
Yes.
And then once this was presumably taken out of this storage container, it had a basketball and a football in it.
Yes, it did.
Was that basketball and football preserved?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. This picture right here, assuming is with the basketball and the football in it?
I believe it is.
Okay. Then it's opened.
Yes.
And then here, this would be, looks like the bag is empty.
Yes.
And is that like sawdust or something? What is that at the bottom of it? Did you know? Did you preserve it? Did you take it?
I'm not sure what's in there.
And then this was asked, you were asked if this was of significance because obviously it looks a lot like this bag, huh?
Yes.
But then this bag had a basketball in it, football in it, and it's in a storage container, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and are excused from your subpoena.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. And you may call your next witness.
State will call Detective John Hoffman.
Please remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is John Hoffman, John Hoffman.
Have a seat. Thank you. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of homicide?
7.5 years.
Prior to that, where were you?
Prior to that, I was a patrol detective at Downtown Area Command.
Okay. Did you work with Detective Justine Gaddis in performing a search warrant on the residence of Robert Tellis?
Yes.
Okay. Was Detective Gaddis a member of your squad? Is that why you were assisting her on that day?
Yes.
All right. If you could explain a little bit about what is the process to get ready to execute a search warrant on a home? Is there some briefing that you do? Do you start looking at some other evidence that's collected to try to get to bone up on maybe what you should be looking for?
Yes. They'll usually be a brief prior to that. What that will consist of is if we're looking at video surveillance to kind of see if there's any clothing or weapons like that we need to look out for. But then there's also some items to be searched within the search warrant, and then we'll go over those items to make sure we know what we're all looking for.
In this case, did you review some video surveillance that was collected from the neighborhood where Mr. Gehrman was killed?
Yes.
Publishing what's already been admitted to States 311, did you see footage that included this suspect?
Yes.
Did you study this, the clothing and the things that he's carrying with him, or whoever this person is, to see if it might be located in the defendant's home?
Yes.
All right. When you execute a warrant, are people allowed to freely walk in and out as they please?
No.
Okay, what steps do you take to make sure that people aren't coming into, in this case, a home and compromising your search warrant?
Usually what we'll have is patrol officers stand outside the residence to block people from coming into the residence.
Are citizens allowed to come in?
No.
How about realtors?
No.
Anyone from Compass Realty?
No.
Okay. Did you happen to see Derek Jaffe in the home at the time you executed that search warrant?
No, I did not.
Do you know who Detective Jaffe is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so he wasn't there. What sort of steps do you take to make sure, do you wear anything to preserve the integrity of things you may be touching or locating?
Yes, we wear gloves to make sure that we don't disturb any of the evidence.
Do you wear like a face mask or anything like that as well?
No.
Okay, so you didn't in this case?
No.
Okay, sometimes do other personnel do?
Yes.
Okay. When you execute a search warrant, as you did in this case, did you break up portions of the house to kind of say, we'll handle this section, someone else will handle this section? Did you do something like that?
Yes.
What area of the house were you assigned to?
I searched the kitchen and then the garage.
Okay. Who did you work with in the kitchen?
I believe it was Detective Musenmeyer.
Okay. Did you work with Musenmeyer in the garage as well?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Who did you work with in the garage, if anyone?
I know Detective Milligan was there, but I don't remember if anybody else was in the garage.
All right. I want to focus your attention to the garage for a moment. Oh, I forgot to ask. Was Mr. Tellis's wife present in the home at the time you executed the warrant?
Yes, she was.
All right. Let's talk about your search of the garage. What do you remember about looking through that garage?
There was a lot of items in the garage that made it difficult to search.
Okay. Let me show opposing counsel exhibits 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, and 253. These are all proposed exhibits. I have another two that have already been admitted. These are the proposed exhibits. Any objections? No. Okay. Opposing counsel has been gracious enough to stipulate to the admission of states proposed 247 through 253.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to approach with states 247 and 253 as well as stage 282 and 285. So let's just start with this batch first. Take a look and see if you recognize what you're looking at there.
These are pictures of the inside the defendant's garage, and then ultimately the item I found in the garage.
All right. And when you look at states submitted 282 and 285, what are we looking at here?
Those are just photos that were taken of the object I found later on.
Okay. So you mentioned that the garage had a lot of stuff in it.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Publishing 247, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what this garage looked like?
Yes.
Okay. Ultimately, where do you go? Where do you end up finding something that kind of catches your attention somewhere in this garage?
Yes.
Where roughly, where is that?
In the picture here, it's going to be the toolbox that is left of the, I think it's a water softener.
So if you take there's a mouse right there.
Okay.
If you put your cursor, so that's the red, what is that, a toolbox?
Yeah, toolbox, yes.
So there's something of interest that was there.
Yes.
Okay. And let the record reflect the witness identified or what appears to be a large standing red, kind of almost like a toolbox credenza something, in the center of the photograph. Publishing 248, is this a close-up of this toolbox?
Yes, it is.
What draws where your attention, where is that drawn to?
There's a bag at the bottom storage section of the toolbox.
Why don't you circle that for us?
Sorry. Right here.
Let the record reflect the witness has circled what appears to, or at least identified at the bottom of that red structure, toolbox, a white plastic bag with something in it. Publishing 249, is this a close-up of that bag?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 250, is this another picture of it getting a little bit closer?
Yes.
Publishing 251, are we getting closer?
Yes.
Publishing 252. What are we looking at here?
That's a picture that the CSA took after she removed the bag from the toolbox.
Okay, and what does she have on her hands?
Gloves.
Publishing 253. Is this just another angle of that bag?
Yes.
Publishing 282. What are we looking at here?
That's another photograph of the bag and what's inside of it.
Okay. And publishing 285. What are we looking at here?
That's going to be the bag and then the contents that were within that bag.
Why did this catch your attention?
Because that the object that was in that bag is similar to what the suspect was wearing in the video surveillance.
Let me publish 311 for a second. Let's put them side by side if we could. Is that the hat that caught your attention in terms of the surveillance footage?
Yes.
Okay, and that's why you felt it important to collect this bag, this Sprouts bag with a cut up sun hat.
Yes.
All right. When you identified this, did you and your partner, what do you do next? So you locate it. Do you call anyone over to kind of help you out to make sure it gets impounded properly?
Yes. Once we identify anything that's of evidentiary value, we call a crime scene analyst over, and then that crime scene analyst will photograph the item in place where it was found.
Okay. And was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
All right. Did you see anyone, any foreign parties, anyone manipulate that bag between the time that you brought that CSA over to the time that she impounded it into evidence?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions at this time.
Yes, thank you. Couple of quick questions. You didn't take these photographs, correct?
No, I did not.
There's a crime scene analyst.
Yes.
And the crime scene analyst is called upon by yourself or other members of the homicide team to take pictures of items that you feel may be of significance.
Yes.
we have 3 photographs taken presumably by the crime scene analyst. This one, correct?
Yes,
And then a little bit closer, correct?
yes,
And then a little closer still.
yes.
Did you ask the crime scene analyst to take the 3 different pictures?
No,
The crime scene analyst was summoned by yourself to take these pictures.
Yes.
Is that correct? You hadn't removed this bag, had you, prior to?
I believe I had to see what was inside the bag.
Oh, so you had already moved the bag?
Yes,
And then put it back?
yes,
And then asked the crime scene analyst to come and take a picture, correct?
yes,
And not one picture, moved it and put it back?
yes.
And who are you with when you removed the bag?
Excuse me?
Who were you with? Were you alone when you found this bag?
I know there were other detectives in the garage searching at that time, but I was by myself when I found that.
So then you find this bag, you go get the crime scene analyst, and then who took these pictures?
I believe it was crime scene analyst Smithson.
And then crime scene, almost like she's coming up on it. She takes 3 pictures, correct?
Yes,
And then you remove the bag again, correct? And this is a picture of you removing the bag?
no,
Whose hand's that?
that's the crime scene analyst.
Okay. And is that her removing the bag?
Yes, I believe so.
But you've already moved the bag and put it back, so this is just extra, correct?
Yes,
Staged, in a sense. Do you agree?
no, I wouldn't say it's staged.
Okay. She's holding the bag now, correct?
Yes, she is.
Versus you, who've already handled the evidence, correct?
Yes,
No. Again, then we have this bag, but it's already been removed by you and put it back, correct?
yes,
Same question. I presume it's the same answer,
yes.
correct? Now, do you remove these items from the bag, or does crime scene analyst Smithson?
Crime scene analyst did.
I see. So this is taken of her, by her, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then the contents of the bag are removed, correct?
Yes,
But it's your testimony that you'd already summoned her. Was she outside another room when you went and got her?
I believe she was. I don't believe that she was in the garage at that time.
Okay. But you went and got her before you opened the bag.
I never opened the bag.
But you knew that you needed to get her to take these approaching photos of her, correct?
Yes,
Were you present when she took these photos?
no,
Okay. Were you present when you weren't present when she opened the bag?
for these photos, no.
So you don't know if this is a complete representation of what was in the bag or not?
No.
Fair to say?
Right.
No?
No,
Was this bag ever processed for fingerprinting or anything to your knowledge?
not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can you redirect?
Yeah, just briefly. Okay, so you remember I asked questions about picking up the bag and whether you opened the bag? Remember all those questions?
Yes,
So let's look at it here. So did you open up that plastic bag to see what was inside?
no, I did not.
Okay, what is it? Publishing 282. What is it about when you look at this bag that catches your attention?
It's pretty much the way that the fabric is on the hat. And then it's pretty much just the way the fabric is on the hat that caught my attention.
Okay, so it looks to you like it could be that hat. Is that right?
Yeah, similar to, yes,
And so to be cautious, you made sure your CSA came over and collected it.
yes.
Okay, you didn't open it, right?
No, I did not.
You thought it might be a hat,
Yes,
right? And then lo and behold, when the CSA opens it, is it a hat?
that's what it appears to be.
So your intuition was on the money on that one, eh?
Appears so.
Okay. And it has, how many holes does it have at the top of that hat? Well, what are those 3 dots up there?
I believe those are the holes that go at the top of the hat.
Okay, publishing 311. Holes like that?
Yes,
What's this ground thing here?
that appears to be a strap that you may use to hold the hat on your head, like under your chin.
Publishing 311. Do you see anything similar like that in this photograph?
From that photo, no, not that I can see.
Okay, how about at the top of the hat up here? Like up at the, not below the brim, but maybe at the, I'm not a hat expert, so I don't even know how you break that one down.
No, neither am I.
So forget about the sunshady part.
Mhm.
It's part about the 10-gallon part, right? What's that brown or black thing on the back part?
No, from that photo, I can't tell
Okay.
what it is.
All right, but there's something brown there, right?
Objection, meeting.
What color is the thing at the back part of the hat?
It's dark colored.
Okay, is it thick or thin?
Appears to be thin from that photo.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, were you present when the bag was recovered with the soccer ball and the basketball and the football in it?
I don't know if I was or not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Question? Okay, we have a question from a juror been marked as court exhibit number 12. Did the witness have to open the toolbox to locate the Sprouts bag?
No, I did not.
Any follow-up from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
Sure, it was in plain sight.
It was in plain sight once items were removed that were in front of it.
Also, there are items in front of it.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
One follow-up. Plain sight? Is this a neat garage?
Doesn't appear to be.
Okay, is everything readily identifiable here?
No.
Okay, no further questions.
Follow up. This photograph was taken after the search occurred.
I believe so, yes.
So Metro had already been in there and been moving things around, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay, so thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here. This time we are going to conclude for the day. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or the means of communication, or social media, or read, watch, or listen to the news or media accounts or commentary about the case, do any research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own or form express any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess till tomorrow morning at 9:30. If juror number 4 would just stay behind for one minute, and everyone else is excused. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Do you want it to